Welcome, everybody. My name is Jared, and you're watching 3DHP, and we're having another hangout. And we've already got 3 people backstage in the green room eating up all my pizza and donuts. So I'd like to bring them all in, and we'll say hi to chat and go from there. And we're live on YouTube. I'm not on Facebook today. Hey, Trevor, Jason, Liam, how you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, good.
Thank you for joining me today.
Always. It's fun.
Thanks for having us.
Let's see who we got in chat here. Altered Proxy, hello. Betty Boot 45, Lars Hansen, Victor, and then Jason, of course, is here. Thank you. Navari Makers, that must be the guy up there next to me, Trevor. Matt German, hello. So, yeah, what have you guys been up to? What's going on?
I'll go first. So I got a couple prints running right now. I'm popping out a few more of these little mini droids we've been doing. So I've got an R7 going over here. I've got an R2 body, the baby R2 going over here. And this, I'm making some new corner caps to replace the ones that came with it, because it was like a robin egg blue, and
wow,
it just wasn't doing it for me. So that's what I'm doing.
Awesome. What's going on, Trevor?
Not much. Another day from all up here. We got some prints going in resin.
Hello.
Why? Oh shit. I got to jump and do an engraving. I've been talking too long. I'll be right back.
All right, not a problem.
Work
Hey,
on.
Liam, what's going on?
I have been fine-tuning one or two of my printers a bit more than normal. I want to get them. I'm going to start to build a full-size robot, similar to like the full-size, like something like the R2. Maybe the I think it's called the LTO, it's called, or ALT or something like that. But I'm going to do a full-size version and I don't have a print surface to do. Some like the head of it is 450 millimeters. I don't have a print surface big enough.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to end up having to split it up and build. But I'm going to do a full size.
Have you looked at the parts? They might already be split. This larger droid that we're going to be doing in a couple weeks, the body of it is in 2 pieces.
Yeah, this is in 2 pieces. But the problem is, even the 2 pieces are, no matter how you angle them, they overspill on the bed.
Okay.
So it's something similar to that. So I'm going to have to split it up even more, and this probably into 3 pieces.
Hey, Gary T.
That's my goal, and it's going to take longer than what you guys are doing, because I'm going to be doing it. If it's the one I think you're doing, mine is going to be bigger, twice the size.
Yeah.
So
Sam will reveal that next Friday or 2 Fridays away.
It's the same thing. He hasn't told me which one. Yeah, he hasn't told me which one, but I think I have an idea which one he's thinking of, and if it's the one, if it's the same one I'm thinking of, it's going to be twice the size. And I need to go with the one with tracks anyway, because I need something that will actually go on rougher surfaces. Yeah,
I know. Some of the tracks are ABS, I think, or PETG, and some are TPU. So
yeah,
depending on the droid. But I guess you could do either or.
I could actually do a combination. I could make them out of PETG and actually then do the outer layer of them as TPU to give them some grip, and it'll wear over time, but that's okay. But it'll give it some grip, but it'll also give it the strength of the PETG on the track. Because I have IDEX printers, so IDEX you can get away with stuff like that.
Have you ever tried, Liam, that foam, that expanding foam filament?
No, I haven't tried it. Yeah, I've heard of it, but I've never used it.
I watched a couple videos, some guy using it, and it looks pretty interesting, especially for mixed materials. It seems to bond to like PETG or PLA pretty well. And what the guy was making was some hooks, like over door hooks, or like over a mantle hook, where you get the strength of the PETG, but where he's got it gripped onto his banister or whatever he had it hooked onto. It had that. It's kind of like TPU on the inside, and it just wouldn't scratch, and it wouldn't slip. It looked really interesting. I don't have any IDEX printers, but it looked really neat.
I have 2 IDEX, and So you can mix the materials that way easily.
Mhm.
But the other thing you could do is you could always print them separately and glue one on over the other if you want to use a contact adhesive. But I was thinking of if I use TPU, it prints at the same temperature as PETG. Right? They're both around 230 or 235.
230, yeah.
Yeah, so they actually bond really well because of that. And
Nice.
TPU likes to stick to everything anyway. It's really good at bonding. Remember that guy that was what was the spray-on rubber you can buy?
Oh, I have that. It's called
spray. Oh my gosh!
The guy was yelling all the time on TV.
You can buy it in
right. Flexi Seal or something.
Flexi Seal. If you really needed to print them in one material and you wanted to coat them in something, you would tape off the edges and Flex Seal. Yeah. And now
I think Jerry did that with one of the heads of his droids. He put, I think or either that or he plastic dipped it or something. Yeah.
Plexi Seal's that one Pacific brand, but plastic dip is the common one you can buy.
Hey Gary, how are you? I see you saying hi in the chat.
Plastic dip.
Yeah, you do plastic, or you could do the Flexi Seal or something like that, and it would just so you could tape off around the edge and coat the ends of the tracks with it, and that would give you the same effect, and you have a rubber coating, and you can always repair it by respraying it. So if anyone doesn't have something like the IDEX or to be able to do multiple temperature materials, you can go, or not only an IDEX, but a dual extruder with dual separate hot ends. You could actually do it that way too, but you could always just turn around and use a spray on stuff and be done with it. You know, you get to see the results.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I was thinking
spray on bed liner too. You can buy that anywhere. Spray on bed liner. You get a rough texture, but it attaches
a little harder.
Yeah, it'd be a harder material. Yeah, that would work too.
Yeah, the first the little R5 Mini, I was going to reprint the wheels in TPU, but now I think I'm going to try to. I'll just pop them off and hit them with some of that plastic dip or something and see how it turns out.
Multiple coats to build it up, like a tack coat, and then build it up, and it gets heavier and heavier.
Yeah, it'll probably be a lot faster to reprint them in TPU, but
watch you don't get put on too much because it'll interfere with the motion of the track.
Right. Yeah, it has a lot of clearance in there, I think.
I know, but still, you don't want to run into that.
No, and I don't want it wobbling around either. Yeah. That would.
And yesterday I was going to order some Ninja Flex, but it's like what, $45-$50. So
for a half kilo.
Maker Sub, for half. Maker Sub referred me to a couple links on Amazon, so I think it's called Yosu, and it's a lot cheaper, and it's supposed to be shore hardness 84, 85. So I got that coming in the mail. I'll try that.
Well, nice.
So, and then if it don't work, then I'll buy a fourth roll and go after Ninja Flex. But I think it'll be the same.
You know,
it's similar. It's not exactly the same, but it's similar.
But at this stage, you spend so much money on other materials. You could have just bought the Ninja Flex and been done with it.
Yeah, originally.
Same price. Oh, was that?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
What laser did you use for that?
Nice.
I used a 30-watt fiber for that.
Oh, you have a fiber optic?
I got a 30-watt fiber with a Raycus laser source, and then a 50-watt with the JPT.
I was on a different tab. What do you got there?
Oh, jewelry. I had to jump off and do a jewelry.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'll be back in another minute.
Alrighty then.
That's cool. No, I don't have I can't do metals. I have a CO2. I can mark metals. I can't etch it.
Yeah, YOYI, Yowie, 3D printing filament, Yowie. It's $28.99. 0.8 kilogram spool. Yeah, YOYI. They have
That's
all
not a bad
colors.
price though. Even if it's 80, even if it's 88 or let's say it's a little harder than Ninja Flex. Like Ninja Flex is 85A. Let's say you're talking about almost closer to 90. It's still softer than normal TPU that you buy at 95A.
Yeah. That stuff you bought, Jerry. That whatever that one you used, I forgot the brand. I think it was a 98A.
Yeah.
It might be those black ones you have on the gold Tito right now.
Yeah. I have some Ninja Flex Cheetah, but that's 95A. And that's pretty soft though. But when you print it thick, it's heavier, right? It's a denser material.
Yeah.
But and you can get some here actually. I have one thing I printed with it on glass. You get a perfect
Yeah, on glass finish, mirror finish.
That's TPU.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You
that's
can
how
really-
I print everything on smooth glass. Well, except for the Daedalus.
Yeah.
That's a PEI sheet, but I've never printed on PEI before, and it's pretty interesting. But yeah, that the TPU comes out nice on glass.
Yeah.
Talking about black paint for a minute, you know the Musu black. Everybody's talking about the blackest paint in the world. There's a guy who has a channel that does all kinds of videos on different things, and he built a room in his garage. He completely sprayed all of it, the floor, everything, Muso black. You seen that? And then he goes in the room with his cell phone. He turns on the overhead light, and it absorbs over 99% of the light, and it still looks like he's in outer space. It's
You
crazy.
still see it. All you see is a light above his head glowing and it reflecting off his skin. Everything else is still dark. Whereas you go into a room normally with black painted walls, the black reflects most of the light. So this actually, you don't see the surround at all. You see his face wherever the light hits him and reflects off into the camera. And even the light looks like it's on a dimmer. It's way down because the light's not bouncing around the room.
Wow.
Here's a video clip Trevor sent me last week when we were streaming. He went out in front of a store, and I thought this was pretty.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, you're on there now too.
Oh, okay. Hey, everybody in the mall in Florida, how you doing?
Just video, no audio.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no audio. Otherwise, we get it from like 4 different TVs.
Awesome. Yeah,
Trevor,
my wife's going down to Florida in June to visit her mother and father-in-law, and she said she wants to come by and meet you. So at some point, she'll come by and meet you.
Where are you at in Florida, Trevor?
I'm in the Panhandle. I'm in Navarre, of course, but the mall we're in is in Fort Walton, Marietta.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, I know that. Before I moved out here to Vegas, I was at the airport in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
I have to admit the only place I really know in Florida is Orlando and Kennedy, because every time I go there, I go to Kennedy. I don't know my way around Florida that much.
It's like 1092, I think, on the laser width. Yeah, Florida. Orlando's like the opposite side of Florida.
Yeah,
of us. We're close to Alabama.
Yeah.
Orlando's Central Florida. Yeah. Pretty much right there in the middle.
Pensacola.
Which we're considering that area, maybe in 5 years or so, just getting out of here and going back to the other coast. I got so tired of, is the hurricane coming? Is it not?
You go to Texas.
I can't imagine living somewhere where they got hurricanes and tornadoes.
Yeah, but you should go to Texas. SpaceX are hiring people. They're looking for people like you.
No one should be looking for anyone like me.
And what I'm saying, SpaceX are looking for people like that because they do tracking and all this kind of stuff. They need techs out there. They need people like that because they're building up a spaceport in Boca Chica.
They headhunt us. Amazon does too. FedEx does. It's not. I'm happy where I'm at, doing what I'm doing. I'm not really.
How long have you
interested
been in
out
Vegas,
knowing
Jason?
Let's see. We transferred here in 15, so 6 years now. Yeah.
I've been here since 1970.
Oh wow! So you've seen a lot of change.
Moved here when I was 5. Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of. Well, when I was in the military, we would come out to Nellis maybe once a year, once every other year for something, green flag, red flag, whatever. And I got to see some different things. Some buildings go down, some buildings go up, but you've probably seen a massive amount of change.
Since I live in Hollywood and Cary, all the jets fly over my house daily.
Oh.
Then I can go to the top street, turn left, and I can see the base right there.
Nice.
So
that's when you moved to Vegas is the year I was born.
Oh yeah. Hey, we got another man popping in. Hey, Marcus, how you doing?
Hey, Marcus.
Very good.
How's everything with the app going?
It's going good. So it's a little bit slow right now because my tester is on vacation in Mexico. So, but I've been taking a break at the same time. So it's been nice.
Cool. Yeah, we're slowly warming up over here. So I'm going to remember that sciencey stuff we talked about. I'm going to start doing some of that now. The weather's starting to warm up. I don't have to be outside in the garage recording it and freezing my butt off.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be warming up here, and yesterday, I think it was yesterday, Jerry, I woke up to snow.
Wow.
How much snow? Like, what do you call snow?
It was snow. It was snowing. It wasn't snow.
Okay,
no, I know snow.
Yeah.
But
If you're
for
close
here,
to any of the mountains in the valley here, you get snow. And I am close
Yeah.
to Sunrise Mountain, but I never usually see snow here.
yeah, I'm at the base of Sloan Canyon, and it snowed here, and then it stopped, and it rained, and then it hailed, and then it rained all day, and it was just. I didn't move to the desert for that.
Yeah. It rarely happens. Enjoy it when it does. It rarely happens.
2 years ago, I walked outside to 6 inches. 2 or 3 years ago, 6 or 7 inches out in the front porch. I'm like, what the heck? The streets were iced. I was sliding going to work. It's like, no. I turned around.
Well, 2 weeks ago, we had about 18 inches of snow on the ground.
Wow.
Right now, it's about 55 degrees outside today. It's supposed to be cold again tomorrow, in the low 40s tomorrow. That's supposed to be our high, but it's a big change in 2 weeks to go from 18 inches of snow to putting down fertilizer for getting the grass ready to grow.
Yeah. yeah. And that's I don't miss that. I don't miss those days. I grew up in that. I'm happy here when it's warm. Even when it's too hot, it's fine. But
No such thing as too hot.
No, because you can get out of that. When it's too cold, it doesn't matter. You're always cold.
Yeah, but it's a dry heat there. It's not a humid heat.
Yeah, dry heat, no humidity here.
Yeah.
Which to me is better. I do not miss the humidity of Florida, South Florida, not at all.
Unless it
that was
rains. And
miserable.
if it rains in the summertime, then you got humidity, but that's rare.
But even here, that doesn't last long, Jerry. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe a few hours at most before it just all burns off. Yeah,
I spent 3.5 years in Singapore, and it's the average humidity there. There's no such thing. It's either hot and wet or hot and dry, but it's always hot. It's always humid because it's surrounded by water. It's an island, and when it rains, it rains. Oh boy, does it rain! Like it'll go from dry streets to 4 inches of water flowing down the street, and within 20 minutes of the rain, or within an hour of the rain stopping, the streets are dry again, and then the air is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Everything evaporates like that. It's amazing. And like during their monsoon, and because they're so close to the equator, they get monsoon twice a year because the monsoon moves above and below the equator, and as it crosses the equator, it dumps over Singapore.
Yep, one side or the other.
Yep.
I'm going to share my screen real quick. I tried to upload this video to StreamYard, but it was too big. And anybody out there that has their first printer or thinking about buying one, and you're like, I'll never buy more than one, let me show you what can happen in 4 years. Let me share my screen here. I'll put my mic up to it. Okay.
Wow.
My hobby room in its current state of array. Disarray, I guess, would be called. This is my kitchen I'm standing in now, and I come into the biggest room in the house. And here's my workbench. There's Nikita hanging out, sleeping. A lot of stuff here. I got a lot of partial rolls of filament, a few full rolls. I definitely need to buy more filament for some projects I'm working on. And there we got all kinds of models on the shelf. We got some up top, down below, more down below. Just stuff everywhere. When I stream or do anything, here's where all that happens at. Film any videos. And there's Sandy. Let's call her Sandy Lulu. She's hanging out, my mascot. Here's an Ender 3. I just put a stock fan assembly back on the front of it here just for a video I'm upcoming working with laser that Comgrow is sending me. Should be here anytime. There's some of my droid projects. One of them, there's another one there.
I'm sorry.
And whenever I do any filming, obviously I got a webcam there, big studio light there, and if I need to, I have ring lights. So, and onto the computers over here, or printers, excuse me. One of my original CR10s, my Hypercube and ZYLTECH 445 Evo, CR10 Max. Need to buy a new motherboard for it. SD card slot is dead on it. I'm going to try to plug an Octoprint on a Pi. It's not reading it. So I would love to put a 32-bit board in it, but I'm not really sure what to put in it. I believe it's pretty much stock. Now I got a bunch of Enders, TiVo Tarantula Pro, Ender 3V2, a couple more Enders up on the shelf. I have another Ender in box for parts, a bunch of models by Sanix. And right there I'm doing a test print, and it looks like it's screwed up, and I need to pause that here in a minute. Oops, going all over the place. And here I got a bunch of models, resin prints, all kinds of stuff.
My dining room.
Then I enclosed my patio here. Here's where I've got all my hairbrush stuff. I got my K40 laser. Got my 2 resin printers there and curing stations. And yep, there's a Ghostbuster card still sitting up there waiting to be worked on. So that's a work in progress. Now I got a bunch of supplies for my resin printer. Guys, I want to show you my hobby room in its current state of array. Disarray, I guess would be called. This is my kitchen I'm standing in now, and I come into the biggest room in the house. And here's my workbench. There's Nikita. All right, sorry about that. I couldn't. My mouse disappeared on me. Anyway, that's just a bunch of junk. So,
Yeah, that's most of our places are like that. Some of us are not as organized as others, but it's like,
yeah, I built this big table and I got all these bins. My wife's like, "Cool, you can organize everything now," but I've got fans here and there and hot ends and screws and bolts, and I don't know. I got to figure out how to organize it.
You should.
I think we all.
Yeah, I've got a label maker too. I can put labels on the drawers and try to find all the fans that are 12 volt put in here, all the ones that are 24 volt put in here. I just need to do it, and I don't know. I got too many things always going on. It seems like nothing happens.
here's the problem. The moment you label a tote, 5 minutes later you're working on something and you need to put something away, it'll go in the wrong tote and you'll never find it again.
Yeah, that could be. At least all the screws have their own little containers. You buy them off Amazon. You know, if you need 2 bolts, you go and you buy a whole pack. And here's something here. Go ahead and keep talking, but here's something here funny if I can find it. But
Yeah, I think we all start out that way, right? Neat and organized, and then eventually we end up like Jerry.
I needed some shrink wrap. I needed some shrink wrap for a buck converter. I only needed 2 inches, so look what I got. I have enough to last me the rest of my life. Because I need some big shrink wrap. Hey, we got another guest popping in. Kuma Mods, Matt. Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Hey.
Let me adjust this really quick. So,
Let's spotlight you. What have you been up to?
nothing much. I've been running around today, finally getting some things done because work has had me tied down insanely. I literally have not touched any of my printers. Like I touched this one last time was the December 13th, and I finally got around to do the review on it. This is the Ender 3 Max. So yeah, it's been crazy at work. So I haven't really done much printing in general or nothing like that. As you can see, like the background, everything's still messed up. Getting there, but slowly but surely. So
did you put the shirt on just for this stream?
No, I put this on and I was like, yeah, it's a Raspberry Pi day. So
okay.
that's kind of where I came from. So like how I got into 3D printing was through Raspberry Pi stuff. I used to deal with Raspberry Pi retro gaming, and I was the admin there for the Retro Pi Facebook group for about 3 years. And so I did a lot of projects with retro gaming, handheld systems, and things like that. And I saw a lot of people were, printing their own cases and making their own like Game Boy type things.
Yeah.
And that's how I got into 3D printing. And then it took off from there, and they kind of go hand in hand. So, yeah, in fact, I got a Raspberry Pi right here for a customer because I do slim down services is what it's called. Basically, I take a Raspberry Pi and I take literally everything that I can off of the board to put it into slim builds, whatever the customer needs are for the most part. And, sometimes they put them into Game Boys like that, and that's kind of how it goes. So, yeah.
Very cool.
Matt, there's a law against not using those printers. I'm sorry.
There really is, and to be in all honesty, I feel so bad because I literally have I want to say at least 12 printers in the back that I haven't even done reviews on. I've had for about 3 months now.
Oh,
and ePax actually just sent me 2 of their printers to review as well. So I need to get back on the ball here. So hopefully I have some more free time because I'm so backlogged on everything that it's insane. So, but thankfully this one's going to a home that's actually going to use it for the time being. My buddy needed a bigger style printer, so I'm gonna send it his way sometime today. I'll pack it up. That's why I got the box right here as well. So
I find if you go to local schools, if you want to thin out the printers,
yeah, actually,
local schools.
Talking about that, so you guys can probably see the boxes upon boxes of A-nets that I bought.
Yeah.
These are all Amazon returns, so I'm sure they're disastrous once I get into them. But my son, his school, which is right down the street there, they had just announced that they were going to do like a STEM program. And I had offered one of those printers once I get it up and running to, donate to the school so the kids can learn how to do 3D printing. I think that would be really cool. And, they can use it whatever they want. And I got plenty of extra filament that I can give them right off the bat. So,
yeah, I've got 3 videos right here in this box. It came about an hour ago. It's from 3D Resin Solutions, 3D RS, made here in America. And I told them each bottle you send me, I'll do a separate video on it. So I've got 3 different kinds here, possibly a 4th coming. And then ZYLTECH, I finally reached out to them, and they're shipping me out some resin also. I had a few recommendations. I'm not sure what they're sending until I get it. And then ComGrow has a laser in the mail. I'm going to put on my Ender 3V2 and do a video on it. So I'm not getting printers, but I'm getting supplies. So do some more videos.
Is the ComGrow one the 1.5 watt, or is it the or which one is it? I'm guessing it's the 1.5. Is it?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up.
Small box one.
The one that attaches to your
magnetic attachment.
That one.
Yeah.
I got that.
Yeah.
I have a laser like that from Solval. Right below, you might be able to see another printer that's an SVO1, and I got the laser attachment for that one to test out too. I'm not expecting anything special from it because
you plug it into a fan header, and then if you want it to be a 3D printer, you open it back up and unplug it. It'd be a lot simpler to put a switch on it. I'm going to put a switch on it so you don't have to fumble with it. You can just set the laser into a container. That way you don't accidentally turn it on. It's looking at you or somebody when you turn it on, and just flip the switch.
Yeah. Well, I agree. It should have a Y splitter cable with a switch on and off to direct the power to one or the other. That would be the right way to do it.
If it doesn't have one, I don't think it does, but I'll put one on it.
It doesn't have it, no. But because they want you to open it up and unplug the fan and plug it into the main board where the fan goes. So, but a Y cable with a switch would be the right way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a 1.5 on my eCube maker.
Yes,
Toy DIY, the new one, the Toy DIY 2. Actually, it's a big print area, and you can actually laser the whole print surface.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
So it's I think it's 300 square or something like that. Is a print area, and you can laser all of that. Now it's only for burning wood, like light stuff. It won't do anything deep.
Right.
Still, it's still good.
Yeah, I actually have the that's one of the printers I got to do a review on. I have the version 1, which I've heard kind of so with it, and it's much smaller. It's probably about this big of a
it's 100 by 100 surface. Yeah.
Here's a picture of something I have out in the garage. Honestly, it's been almost a year now. I have never put the firmware on it. It's been sitting for almost a year. It's
there you go.
All ready to go. I just got to put the firmware on it, test it, and start cutting.
Nice.
So that's MPCNC from B1 Engineering, I think it's called. And then I kind of made an enclosure. The door either flips, the whole thing will flip all the way up with chains, or I can open just the door. And the only reason the enclosure is around is to help cut down on the sound a little bit.
And to keep
my
it
garage.
dusty.
And then I have
as well.
on the bottom there, I got a big weight. It's out of an elevator. It's off of a job site. It's an elevator weight. But if you flip the whole unit up, it's heavy enough you can flip the whole table over. So that's just kind of a counterweight if I unbolt the whole thing and flip it up. So
Nice.
anyway.
Hey Jerry, a friend of mine has a setup similar to that, an enclosed smaller CNC. What he did was he couldn't get a vacuum system in. It was too small. It couldn't pull the hose around well. So he put in a compressor to kind of make a positive pressure inside, and then it was able to kind of blow the dust out of an open corner and into a bucket, and it helped to keep it out of the motion system and out of the part, out of where it's milling and stuff like that. If you run into that issue, it was, I don't know, it seemed pretty simple and pretty inexpensive. It was stuff he already had.
Yeah, I know they got those little turbine deals you can hook up out of a 5-gallon bucket where you don't fill up your shop back. It goes into a 5-gallon bucket with a turbine setup you can put on them. There's different ways of doing it.
Nice.
Yeah, I have a 3018 is the CNC I'm using right now, and unless you're taking big chunks out, what comes out will not interfere with the tool anyway, because it's small pieces of material it's eating off. Like the only time you'd ever really need to worry about it, I would say, is if you're doing metals.
At the very least, you got to hook up air to blow it out of the way. There's less chance you'll have a fire, just like on a laser.
Yeah, but
We'll be right back, guys.
yeah, I haven't found it to be an issue. Maybe in an enclosure would be more of a problem, but I do it open, so it's never a problem. In an enclosure, you may have to do something like that, but it's not really that much of an issue. I don't think. You can always vent the base so the dust falls down through the bottom.
I have tables, skill saws, all that kind of stuff that make lots of noise in the daytime. But if I'm ever using a CNC at night, of course I have to monitor it. You can't leave it because you don't want to start a fire. And it happens to run late. I don't want to disturb the neighborhood, so I figure I'll try to enclose it. If that don't do it, then I'll put insulation on the inside to try to muffle it more.
You can buy the insulated foam, the one that's aluminum lined for insulating homes. And you can actually, if you build your box out of that, it'll do two things. One is fire retardant naturally on its own, and secondly, it'll dampen sound because it's foam on the outside. So if you use that, it will actually gives you a double hitter. It makes a fire retardant automatically.
Yeah, rock wool's a great deadening, but it's very itchy. They use it in a lot of hotels, and they deaden sound with rock wool. It's kind of a dark green, really thick, dense insulation. You can barely compress it.
Yeah.
But I don't work construction no more, so I don't have the inside, I don't know all the people I used to know where I can get what I want for free from companies left and right, like I did for 30 years. So anyway.
Cool.
Wouldn't a softer foam maybe help with sound more than something that's more dense that it would reflect? No?
Actually, no. Density is better because something that's soft
doesn't travel
transfer through it easier.
Yeah.
And there's a balance between the two. If you have something very light, air can move through it, right? So if it's very light foam, air can pass through it, and that will carry sound, right? Whereas if you have a slightly denser foam, it actually kills the sound. Like lead, you don't hear any sound when you hit lead. It's a dense material, but it's a softly packed, like a foam would be. Whereas anything hard materials carry sound better. Like steel, you hit a steel bar, the sound will travel right to the end of it. Like in Star Wars, do you know in the laser firing in Star Wars, the sound that's made? Do you know how they got that?
I'm gonna say that they were banging steel rods.
They hit bleachers.
Yeah.
You hit a metal bleacher, and the sound ricochets away from you. You can hear it going away. It's the sound of the lasers in Star Wars.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, build over pot. It would be really rare for it to have a fire unless something malfunctioned that sat in one spot on the wood and kept spinning.
Yeah,
and then it would get hot because I work with power tools all the time and wood. I have most of my life, and things aren't going to catch fire unless they sit in one spot and keep spinning.
Yeah, and in most cases, it would actually burn. It would actually burn everything around it anyway, and eventually go out if it's a thick material.
But for safety's sake, it's like a K40 laser or something. You don't go to bed, leave it unmaintained, and hope everything's fine when you wake up, because you might not wake up. So
you don't leave the room with a K40.
my 3D printers, they have thermal runaway. I ran them for years.
Yeah.
When I'm gone, not here, nothing's ever happened. But
you can get those fireballs.
Yeah.
That you mount over it. No, what happens is when the fire hit reaches it, it opens up. It doesn't explode, but it opens up. It will put out and it puts the fire out underneath it.
I've heard some that have an alarm on them. They go boom into the room or whatever enclosure they're in, if they even work. But there's so many out there that are defective. You might pay $50, $75, and then it never works, or it expires, or whatever.
Well, yeah, they're going to expire. Even a fire extinguisher, you have to get it. You have to get the timer charged
every 2 years.
The timer has to be charged every year or so.
Yeah,
because it goes bad.
I have an extinguisher in a garage, big one. It came off a job site years ago. I've never had it recharged. It'll probably work. But if it don't, I have alternatives. So
yeah.
So Trevor, I have a question for you. So when people come to your store, is there a section that you get more people hanging out more than another section?
Not really. I mean, I sell printers and equipment, filament, all that kind of stuff. I'm a micro Swiss dealer. We get two kind of people. A lot of people that have never even heard of 3D printing for some reason.
Looky-loos.
Well, yeah, but they're interested, and maybe they tell somebody at work a month later or a week later. That gets your exposure out. And then we have the people that come for the 3D printing stuff. So
people who are addicted like us.
Yeah. Exactly. We're definitely getting more resin people in. Resin's okay, but I really like FDM. I mean, I hate having to wear protection and chemicals and cleaners and stickiness. There's something to be said for just pulling a roll of filament out, loading it, and hitting print.
I like FDM, and I've done some resin. I'm not a huge fan of resin. I've done some, and its quality is great. But combined the two actually is really good. If you use resin to finish off an FDM, you get fantastic quality.
Trevor's got his daughter, so he's got to be mindful of his daughter being around different things too, all the time too.
Yeah, that's true. And
kids like to get in everything.
Finishing it though.
Yeah, so that's what I did here. So I resin printed. Let's see which way that is. The little whatever camera, and I don't know, with the eye, just to throw it in there. Just came out. It comes out super smooth, no layer lines or anything, and I do that quite often. Just mix the materials.
But I don't even mean mix the material. I mean you print an FDM and paint on resin. And to get a perfectly smooth finish for painting. If you want to paint something afterwards, you want a perfectly smooth finish. It cuts down on all. You can give it a light sanding to rough to break the surface, and then you paint it with resin, 1 or 2 coats of resin, and that's better than any filler that you'll get out there, and it will give you a perfect finish.
Yeah, I've done that too.
Maker Viking, have you ever tried resin? You say you prefer resin, but have you ever tried it? Or you prefer FDM?
Yeah.
He prefers FDM, but have you ever tried resin?
I think I've seen him talk with resins before.
No, FDM's not dead.
Oh, no. FDM is
it'll never be dead. There's other alternatives.
There's no way you can beat FDM for size and volume and cost.
And cost.
Can't come close to it.
What's the process, Trevor, where you print in like that powder stuff and you knock off the powder?
Yeah, SLS. Now that's
SLS, yeah.
That's expensive.
Yeah, I even seen the guy had the one kit where he paid like, what did he pay for that?
$6,000.
Yeah, that's the video I just seen where he built it from scratch. Said it takes 4 days to build it.
Yeah.
That was crazy expensive.
Engineer it too, from what it sounded like, because they made some mistakes. He had to print some stuff. I mean, it's a lot of money.
Laser sintering is expensive
and dirty.
Sorry,
and dirty.
And dirty, but because you have to break off all the material that's left over, and even what is left over, if you can reuse it, some of it gets compacted, some of it doesn't, but you can only use 50% of it. You have to do a 50-50 mix of old and new. If you are going to use any of the old at all, you have to mix it with 50% new.
Rising Phoenix, if you're printing gears for your baby droids in resin, are you putting tenacious in it to make it stronger, or any particular brand? Or what are you doing to make it so it's not so... Here's David Petzel popping in. Make it so it's not so brittle. Hey, David, how you doing?
Oh, I want to kill Microsoft.
Why's that?
Microsoft updated it was a critical update, and I sent it out to all my computers at the restaurant. And the critical update had a glitch in it for Kyocera printers. So right now there's millions of users who cannot print to their professional Kyocera printers. It goes to a blue screen of death.
Wow.
When you try to print. And I've tried to remove the update, and even in at the command prompt, I can't even remove the update because it was a critical update. So I'm guessing the Microsoft engineers are working around the clock trying to get this fixed, because the Kyocera brand printers are one of the top commercial printers on the market. And every Kyocera, it just locks your machine up. It's terrible, and it just keeps rebooting and rebooting.
Did it take down your POS system? Are you still able to do cash only?
Yeah.
Or what's going on?
Our POS is cloud based, so yeah, the POS works fine.
Okay.
So what kind of printer is that then? Is that a laser or what?
Kyocera are often thermal printers. In their own
Thermals.
cases.
Kyocera are big lasers.
Well, you're using the laser version. They also have thermal printers and everything for our receipts.
Yeah, no, this is a big it's a big commercial laser printer.
Mm-hmm.
It's fast. It does color. It's a nice machine. But their update just killed everything. Just killed it. Sucks. But other than that, life is good.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
Private chat, Trevor.
Yeah, Trevor. Tour would be cool.
Do what? Oh, okay, I see. Oh, cool. Yeah. I'll log right back in a second here.
Okay. Yeah, Trevor's gonna do a walk around his shop and show everybody what he has going on.
Cool.
We don't have anything like that up here.
Everybody's always welcome to promote themselves or their channels or anything. I have no problem with it.
Yeah. There's we need something like that over here. There's nothing like that. The nearest place we have for materials is either Micro Center or Joann's, and they don't have. Well, Joann's do sell the Polaroid filament, and that's supposed to be okay. I've never used it myself, but it's supposed to be okay. And then Micro Center sells MakerBot, and what's it called? Hatchbox or something like that. Filament. They do a few type of filaments, and they also sell some various printers up there. Not a huge selection, but they have some. But it'd be nice to have something like that nearby.
JG, the reason I opened up the Mighty was for the simple fact a lot of people might want to know what's inside of it, and they don't want to open it. Or before they buy it, they might want to know what's inside of it. When I bought my CR10 Max from a friend of mine used, some of the wires were disconnected on the control board, and I had an idea where they went, but I wasn't sure. So I watched like 10 different videos on YouTube trying to find somebody that opened up the CR10 Max and showed it to me real carefully so I would know where my wires went. So it's good to see things like that when people open things up and you get to see pictures just so you know what's there or where things go. So, yeah, that's why I did that.
You could always buy the EQ mailer because you have to wire it yourself when you build it.
Yeah. So
you guys are talking about SLS printing. I was going to print Ethan in full color SLS, and I got some price quotes for this exact size. And the cheapest I could get was $600 something. Wow. And that was half as much as the next, was like $1,200. Just for something this size for full color SLS.
Just resin print it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be full color though.
Oh, you mean, I understand. Skin color, hair, everything separate.
Well, find a local artist.
Yeah, why not just have somebody paint it really well? They can paint real well.
Find a local artist.
It might be cheaper to go that way, but but what's interesting is if you cut this in half, it reduces the volume by so much that then it's like $200. But they said you lose a lot of detail then because it would be too small.
Yeah, but that's what I would print it in a resin or whatever way you want it, and then a local artist or someone who's in an art school who's really good at doing facial features, they'd be all over that, and you then say you put their name on it when you talk about it, when you share about it, and they can even come on and talk about how they went around painting it. Some people use powdered paints for facial features and stuff. You see some of the guys doing them, and they look amazing. And someone like that in an art school, I'm sure they would jump at the chance to get their name there.
Here's Trevor. 1 second. JG, I don't have any Tenacious yet. There might be some on the way, and when there is, I'll do a video on how I mix it. And here's Trevor. He's going to do a walk around his shop here. There we go.
How's it going? Let me flip this camera around.
And you also run a Facebook group called what, Trevor?
Crowd USA Exchange Group. It just that's where I sell.
Okay.
Oh, he hit the wrong button.
Rugby.
Crowley Exchange Group. He has a Crowley Amazon returns, basically resells off his Facebook group. Here he is coming back.
All right. That's where I sell the return printers. All right, there we go. So here's our mall. Not too bad.
And there we are on TV. Everybody can wave and see themselves.
Yeah. Got some demo printers up there.
Are they always going?
What's that?
Are those demo printers always working?
This one is. There's the Q5 and the QQ. Those are just sitting there.
Cool.
We used to have them on those two stands. I had some live printers too, but we've been moving printers around. So I got some new ones here. I got some Ender 6s. Got some of the CR5 Pro CHs. More of the Ender 5 Pluses. Here's our ZYLTECH filament tower. Here's all my printers I have stockpiled I've been building.
Oh, that's cool.
We got Ender 3s, a lot of. You see, I keep a lot of ZYLTECH in stock here. Parts. I have a lot of parts between beds, glass, motherboards, just every Crowley part you can think of, from, thermistors from one model to a different model. Let's see what else. I sell these flex plates. I'm the U.S. distributor for Energetic. He also makes them for Wham Bam and Crowley now too, I see. There's my eSun stuff, resin. Here's a work table area.
God, that's just crazy, man. That's cool.
Oh, that's cool.
We got a 2-year-old, so she spends a lot of time here. And
can the customers' kids go in there too and play?
No, not with COVID anymore. Before COVID, yes. Here I keep a couple printers up here on demo, showing the Creality box, since that's their new thing. There's the wife. Here's her table. She does all the painting.
Do you ever give sample prints away, or you usually charge for everything, or it depends if they're interested or not in buying?
Yeah, we give away stuff for free a lot of times. You just have to be careful. I used to give away a lot, and it just bit me in the ass sometimes, because you get a lot of people that just take.
Yeah.
Here's a print I just finished up on the Transform, a Spider-Man. Here's the other Transform. They're both mono 4Ks.
How do you like those machines?
Wow.
They're good, but there's a learning curve. When you have that much FEP, things don't just pop off easy, and it created a lot of problems.
Have you ever tried Rain-X? Have you ever tried Rain-X?
I do. Well, actually, what I use is this 3-in-1 lube.
I use that on my Mars, but when I went to my mid-sized printer, that didn't seem to work as well as a Rain-X.
Really? Okay, I'll have to try that. So there's my S5. Here's 3 of the Maxes. 3 of my 5 Ender 5s.
5 Plus, a 6, the CH, and then 2 of those 10S Pros. And then I'll just show you the back room real quick. I got a nice stop.
Throw out where you're located again.
I'm in Mariester, Florida. So kind of near Pensacola.
Jerry, I posted a link in private chat. You can share out to everybody to the Facebook group for the Amazon return printers that he sells.
So
That's
here's
nice.
my stop room. So just printer after printer, and some are put together. I started doing work for Frozen. So like Frozen printers, here they are written up for what they need, waiting for them to send stuff. So
Were you doing repairs for them, or they can get the returns and you resell them?
No, see, actually with them, they sent me the printers. I fix them and sell them, and then send them their money.
Yeah, a lot of manufacturers are looking for people to do that.
Wow, you got a lot of stuff.
These are all boxed.
So that's all your stuff in your Facebook group also there, right?
Yep. Yeah, this is all the stuff I sell in the Facebook group because I will no longer sell Amazon return printers locally. Because what happens is every single time they just bring me their problems instead of, hey, you got this printer for like $100 less, and it's warranted. I actually warranty everything. But what's required is they bring me a list. Hey, I need some M5 screws, or I need this part. Instead, it becomes my problem to fix it and figure out what it needs. So I just kind of throw those in the group.
So what's your biggest selling printer, or which one do you recommend for someone who doesn't own a printer yet?
Dude, that new CR6 SE is the bomb. I mean,
where's Tripod? Where's Tripod?
Yeah. Sam's had a lot of good luck with it. Sam's been doing real well with Sam Prentice. This Delta, FL Sun Delta, I've never had a Delta before. This thing is killer.
Yeah, so the problem with that one is it's noisy and it's a little bit slow, but it's still good. But, dude, Deltas are way nicer. I don't know why they're not more popular, honestly.
The build volume is small on them. That's why they're not popular. Their X and Y is very limited. They're good on Z often, but their X and Y build volume is very small.
Well, yeah.
And if you're doing miniatures, they're great because you don't need a big build volume, and they're really good at detail.
This little monster's no joke.
So
that's it.
So if someone comes in, and let's say they've come there specifically to look for 3D printers, right? They're not just window shopping or whatever. They didn't have to be walking by, and they're considering buying a printer, so they come in to look at them. What's the percentage chance that they walk out with a new printer?
To be honest, man, it's really hard fighting Amazon, and people have no problem telling you that too. Like, yeah, I bought on Amazon because it was 2 a.m. and I just wanted to buy one. So sometimes it's not even price, but a lot of times price. I actually had a good customer come in today to buy a printer, and he flat out told me, which was good. He was like, "Hey, man, Crowley's selling this for a lot less. Can you meet me halfway?" And I did.
That's cool.
But I keep all my prices the same price as Amazon, so nobody has a reason to say no unless they just don't like me. So all my eSun filament is within $1 of what it costs on Amazon.
We have another man dropping in, DeWitt Tim from Canada. Hey, Tim.
How are you?
How's it going?
Hey, DeWitt.
Good. Just working on a quick project, and I just wanted to, I won't stay long, but I wanted to ask you guys a question. You guys know anything about the buck converters?
Yep.
Yes.
That's the voltage thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to show you what's happening here. I'm doing something wrong. So I have a LiPo battery, 11.1 volt. I want to step it down to 6 volts.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a buck converter here. I have my wires soldered into the end. So if I plug my LiPo into this, I can
answer your question before you finish. You got to turn that little screw for weeks and weeks, and eventually the voltage will go down.
So that long?
Yeah.
Yeah, really? It's very fine tuning.
And if you turn it for a long time one way and it don't do nothing, then go back the other way, and eventually it'll start dropping real quick. Just find a way to hold that on with one hand on both contacts, and then turn it
because I got my 1122 volts here, and when I turn this screw,
Yeah, turn it for weeks and weeks, and eventually it'll go down.
oh, because nothing, like almost nothing happens.
Yeah, turn it for about a minute, and then if it don't go down, turn it the other direction, and then it'll start working. And they do make buck converters that are slightly larger that are actually digital, so you can just hit your finger, and they've got an LED right on them.
Oh, okay.
But if anybody else has a different answer, go ahead and jump in.
No, they take forever to get right. And
No, they take forever. Those spots are.
I thought it was broken because I was turning, and it's like 11.2 volts. It's not moving. Okay.
You'll be there for a few minutes doing.
And then Tim, if you don't have any heat shrink to cover that with, I needed about 2 inches, so I spent $8 and I got enough to last me the rest of my life right here.
Oh wow, yeah. I think I have some big black ones, some large black heat shrink I can use.
Yeah, because once I got it set, I just slipped over it and I took my heat gun and melted around it. That way you don't accidentally short it out or anything. And I wound up, I bought an 8-pack of batteries, and it wouldn't fit in between the two bigger servos on Tito. And I had a buck converter double-sided tape on the bottom, but I had to take it out because when I put the two bigger servos in that you ordered and I ordered, Marcel has, the battery pack wouldn't fit in there. So I had to switch it all back around the way it was originally.
Okay. Okay, cool. Well, I just wasn't sure if I was doing something wrong, but okay.
Adam said about using a power screwdriver. The problem there is if you go too fast, you'll damage it.
Yeah, yeah.
You're better off sticking with and do it by hand.
And I do have a tiny little power screwdriver, but I haven't opened it yet. I want to do a video on it. Okay.
When I done mine the other day, the hardest thing on that type is holding the two contacts on it while you screw it forever, and you're watching your meter. It's like, oh, that sucks. Then your hand slips off. Put the contacts back on, then go the other way. Then all of a sudden it'll start moving.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Okay. Well, thanks.
But in the future, if you ever have the room, buy the kind that are already digital, and you just hit the buttons on them.
Yeah. This is the first time I bought them, and they were like, I bought a 10-pack for next to nothing. So.
But never solder up both sides and then try to turn on the voltage. The minute you give it power, you're going to fry whatever it's plugged into.
Yeah.
So,
makes sense.
Anyway. But yeah, you're welcome to hang out as long as you want. You don't have to go if you don't want to.
Oh, there we go. Now we're dropping. I see. I had to turn like 25 turns.
Yeah. Yeah, one way will work. I don't know if both ways do it, but I always turn one way, and if it don't work, then I start going another way.
Look at that.
You'll get there before your next birthday. Don't worry. It'll happen.
I got it down to 6 volts.
Cool.
Okay, thank you.
But the funny part is when you get down to where you want to be or close to it, and you start slowing down, then when you're doing the fine tuning, it changes. It jumps even faster. It does the opposite.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah, this is steady at 6. It's perfect.
Cool.
Okay, I lucked out. Beginner's luck. Good. Yeah, I'll hang out for a bit. Sure.
Yeah, we're always here to answer questions. Are you asleep, Mr. Petzel?
No, I'm actually working on I'm actually looking at a sliced image of one of my designs that I'm going to be putting out here, and I always look at it, and then I try to think of better ways that I can make it so that you don't have to print it with supports.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what I'm looking at right now. Just looking at a sliced image and making sure that I've got enough walls in particular areas, and if I need to adjust it, I got a bunch of TiVo Tornado guys that want to use my new Bullseye. So I've got a direct drive version that I'm gonna be putting out, and it's a really, really cool setup. But I'm just trying to get it all cleaned up so I can make it available to people.
I'm going to try and get you to design the CAD designs for the Artist D. I might ask you to get you to do one for the Artist D and the Wido X40. They have a single direction cooling, and it'd be better to have cooling coming in from multiple directions. So I might I think I'm almost sure I can get the Artist D one. I might be able to get the Wido one. But the Wido one's easy because it's a Bowden style, so it's a lot easier.
Yeah, all I need is a CAD drawing of the back plate.
The back plate and the mount end where the the CAD drawing should have the extruder or the hot end on there, so you know what to work around.
Yep, that's perfect.
Yeah, I'll check with them because they're good, but it could be better.
So what you're saying is you're trying to simplify your 3D design.
If anybody doesn't know, the
That
man
was
up
funny,
top,
man. That was very funny.
if anybody watching doesn't know, the man up top with the ball cap on, Pets, that's David Petzel. He created Petsfang over on Thingiverse. He has a lot of different designs out for different Creality printers and a few others.
They are very nice.
So Trevor, I don't know if you can still hear me, but I have another question. So what kind of things can you print on those printers that get the kids and the adults excited?
Take care, Chris.
Articulating toys.
Oh, sure.
100% agree.
Yeah, a flexi fishy. Kids love them.
All of that,
I know.
I don't
Yeah.
even know what mine are.
Hi, Betty Boop.
Mine are somewhere
We have
around, and I usually print them instead of like a benchy. I know a benchy serves a specific purpose, but usually that's what everybody prints right away. I usually print the Flexi T-Rex or Flexi Rexy as it's called. That's like my go-to. Like if I'm gonna test out a printer, it's what I print right away. Just because my son and daughter love to steal those things and give them to your friends and what have you. So everybody.
Yeah.
So what are the 5 pluses? What are those going for through your shop?
They're like $5.99. Except you need a silent board with it because it's got old stepper motor drivers in there.
It's
So those
noisy.
are
I got one.
$80.
Trevor, do you ship enough that you get a deal on shipping, or is shipping outrageous when you ship a printer?
No, I don't. So I use Parcel Monkey. It works pretty well until you have to file a claim, and then you'll wait 6 months to get your money back.
So if I ordered a printer from you and you shipped it to Vegas, what kind of shipping charges would there be, roughly?
If you bought it from me, I would just cover the shipping.
Well, I mean, your average person watching, roughly.
About $75 or something like that. I can ship an Ender 3 since I'm in Florida. An Ender 3 costs like $25 to ship unless it's going to like New York or something, and then they'll hit you for $40. That or California.
Why?
I don't know. California just costs so much more to send stuff there for some reason.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think they.
You have to pay me extra to drive in New York and California too.
Yeah, I've never been there.
It used to work different for the returns. What would happen was I would basically process it. So I would get an invoice that, hey, somebody just filed for a return. And then I would go in the exchange group and I'd say, okay, I got 3 Ender 3s today. Who wants them? And I'd submit once the person sent it to Amazon, you go through the whole process and then it would ship it to them. Now it comes to me first, which sucks, but I get to see the product before it goes out. So nobody gets those boxes of bricks. I get it and then I deal with it. But when I ship one out, I've already, powered it up and made sure, within reason, it's going to be a good to go.
Yeah.
So that adds money to my system. Unfortunately, now I'm having to pay to ship it, but also I have better quality control. So it's kind of,
double-edged sword.
Yeah, I bought a few Amazon Return Ender 3s from Nellis Auction here in Vegas years ago. That's why I have so many Enders. And on one of them, there was no screws in it. Somebody took all the screws out of the motherboard, you name it. There was 0 screws in it. And they stripped the whole machine and sent it back to Amazon.
Dude,
What's up with that?
boxes with
Crazy.
printer in there, not even printer parts, like air conditioner parts.
Yeah, I've heard of that happening. I've heard of bricks being inside in the box.
Yeah, I got car parts. I got a whole box of A1 Cardone tie rod ends.
Don't they check them when they're returned?
That's a good way to get banned off Amazon if you get caught sitting
No,
back bogus
see,
stuff.
Check some
Amazon,
stuff.
Jeff
Check the
Bezos
more
makes
expensive stuff. Like jewelry, they check. If it's a jewelry return, they'll check it, but they don't check mechanical products.
Yeah. So the sellers lose, not Bezos, because they just whatever happens. It's like how Walmart used to be for a return policy. What I get a lot of times is I get where I can tell some guy had a print farm and he used the heck out of these printers for a good year. And then he bought the new model and sent the old one back. And you can tell because you can look at the wear on everything. you can look at the fan blades and see dust that's caked on.
Oh, you're kidding me. That is, wow.
Or sometimes, like on the CR6 SE, where it has that whole head that they sell for like $65, those come in with just no head, or all the belts will be missing because somebody needed a part, so they just bought it and sent it right back.
Yeah, because they don't want to wait.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything about that, Liam. I won't go there.
About which?
About what he's talking about right now.
Oh.
I won't make any wisecracks.
So, but it's just part of the business. There's times when I get an Amazon return and I look in that box and I know off the bat, well, I got some parts, for the next one now. That's all it is, parts at best, Got
a question here. How much is your Ender 6, Trevor?
The Ender 6, those are $650.
Wow.
They're not bad. It's all that acrylic that they put on there, I'm sure, added money to it. But it's actually a really nice printer. I'm impressed. I don't care that it doesn't have auto leveling because it's been solid, but I don't like the Ultra Base. So,
is that the printer that's got the auto leveling thing on the nozzle, whereas it's pressure sensor switch or something?
That's the CR6 SE. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the new one that, oh my God. I mean, it's insane. It's like, it's every printer should be. Like,
is it like an end stop or something they're using that triggers?
It's a strain gauge.
It's like a piezoelectric sensor on the top.
Yeah.
And so it crashes the nozzle into the bed when it's doing the leveling, and it works perfect. I mean, ZYLTECH is great, but this is way better. I mean, it's awesome.
All returns are considered bad returns, and you get what you get, and then he has to go through them, I would imagine.
Yeah. The deal is, if I get a box of tampons, that's what I get.
Yep.
You got to average it. As he knows, sometimes you get a brand new one, and a lot of times you just get what you get. Here's the CEO here.
That's the boss.
Hi.
He just turned 2.
Oh, cool.
So
the terrible 2s.
You know what? She's a really good kid, actually. But we take her to work every day, and she has her little hobo town, and
well, teach her, Dad. And one of these days, your mom can stay at home, and she'll go run the store for you.
Yeah. Oh, in the morning, she'll already grab the spatula and turn on all my printers and hit with the spatula, and grab the side cutters and scare Mom. So she's headed that way.
You should 3D printer a set of side cutters of her own, plastic ones, so she won't.
There you go.
You got plenty of printers.
You should 3D print her.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You could use the app and scan her. Yeah,
Trevor, do you have an iPhone 10 or above, or are you an Android?
I'm an Android guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I believe in the right to repair, and my wife is a big Apple fan, but I won't support Apple just because of that alone. We should be able to fix what we own.
Ethan, is your app for iOS and Android, or just one?
Yeah, it's Apple only. Only Apple really has the hardware that's needed to do it. But I understand. I think a lot of people are in there to buy 3D printers. They're going to be more tech, and they're probably mostly Android. So that's the biggest thing I'm fighting. Is that
there's probably a lot of Apple people, but Apple, when Apple puts out a 3D printer, then you're going to have to worry. You're going to have DMR encoding on everything, on all your files,
But when Apple puts out a 3D printer, it'll cost $2,000. It'll cost $300 for the mechanics, and the rest of it will be for the Apple logo.
Yeah.
You know, something that's really sad, everybody here, Trevor especially, you have a business in 3D printing, is that Joe Telling, when he just showed that stupid little thing that he bought on sale,
yeah.
it was normally
Sculpto.
$500. He thinks he got a great deal at $199, and he had to take a boat to go buy it, travel quite a ways.
80 miles.
And people that don't know anything about 3D printing will go out and buy that thinking, oh my God, I'm into 3D printing. It's a complete
Zero.
pile of shit. And yes, that's what I said, shit. And then they get away from it and they'll never go back to 3D printing because they just realize that's what it's all about.
It's a $200 paperweight.
That was a $59 printer, period. Brand new, out of the box. It's only worth $59, and it's all anybody should ever pay. And then in the paperwork, it says you can only use our filament or you void your warranty. You can only use it. You know, come on. Are you kidding me?
I'd say that's like with resin printing, that is the number one thing that people always ask because they're not sure that other resins can be used with other printers. And in some of the cases in the booklet, it actually says like use our resin or there's probably going to be a problem with it. So
yeah. I'm sorry your screen burned out. You probably used somebody else's resin.
Right, exactly. Like that's a liability. And I'm like,
no, somebody else's resin.
When I got the Frozen Mighty 4K, I'd been printing with Elegoo Mars for 2 years. I had maybe 2 failures out of a couple hundred prints. I got the Frozen Mighty 4K, and it took a week or so, honest to God, for it to start working right. It's like it broke itself in. I tried with their 4K resin, failed print after failed print, posted my video. They say, oh, well, you need to go tweak this and that. I said, you have a profile in Cheetah Box for that printer with that resin. I shouldn't have to go in and tweak anything. Agreed. And that's what I told them on their group and below my video. And I've tried 4 or 5 different resins, and it eventually just started printing better. But certain resins do work better than others in certain machines.
Now you say it printed better, but was it with the 4K resin?
I tried their 4K resin, and I had problems. I don't know if it was the resin or the machine just wasn't broke in yet.
Okay, here's the question. Resin is a liquid. It doesn't have a resolution. So why is it 4K resin?
We got another man who wants to pop in here. He was streaming this morning. Usually when I'm just getting out of bed, he's coming on. We've got Tom Llama. Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
You got a full house today, Jerry?
Yeah, I was just saying, Tom, this morning, right when you went offline, his bed sheets are blue. His shirt was blue, but his curtains were different colors. And then he ended the stream.
I don't have curtains.
Well, what do you call that over your windows?
Streets. Back towels.
Well, anyway.
That's an old blanket. And those are both old towels.
Is that where you dry them?
All right.
See, that's a brown towel, that's a gray towel, and that's a red blanket.
Well, this morning he had a light on. He had really cool. His bedspread was blue. His shirt was blue. And anyway, what you working
on?
For
you, Jerry, those are curtains. Yeah, I mean, you can call them curtains. I mean, that's all
I was born in Lincoln, Nebraska. I moved to Las Vegas when I was 5 years old. So technically, I'm a Cornhusker.
Yes, you are. I'm going to pull apart everything I did this morning because I did it wrong.
Oh.
So you did a live stream to show everybody how not to do it, right?
Well.
Hey, Matt.
Yo,
have you ever heard of that, though? How that printer all of a sudden, after a week or two, just started printing better? Because I was getting failure after failure. My exposure time is now set at 3 seconds, not 2.75. Everything I'm doing at 3. I increased my support density by 5. And because while it's happening, everything was sticking to the build plate, but all the models were pulling off the supports. And I tried different resins, and I started out with Frozen's resin. And then right now I'm currently using ZYLTECH, which I love. It's awesome. I've had 0 problems with it. And then the 3DS that I just got in the mail, I'm going to be using that over 3 videos, and hopefully everything goes well. But it seems like everything worked in the Mars, but not everything works on the midsize.
So, talking about that, I have both the Mighty and the Mini 4K. And I had a similar issue where I could not print anything very well with the 4K resin on the Mini 4K. And I switched to a regular resin, actually some rep wrapper stuff that I just threw on there right away. And printed perfectly fine. And I'm like, I don't understand. The profile's already set up. I shouldn't, like you said, shouldn't have to tune anything. should just be print and go, basically. And even with me tweaking some things, it still wasn't printing right. It would print like partial of the model would stick, whatever it may be. I just never had a good time with the 4K resin. So I thought, okay, maybe it was a bad batch. Sent me a new one. That one still didn't print 100%. I got about 2 prints off of that entire next bottle, and just didn't print from then on. Got the Sonic Mighty, and they sent me another bottle of resin with that. So I had 3 bottles of resin, and printed all of them perfectly fine. Not one issue with it. So I was like, it was just kind of odd. So I don't know what's going on, and I have yet to try regular resin in the Mighty 4K, but I'm sure I'll have to.
Yeah, on my Elegoo Mars, everything I was hollowing at 2 millimeters thick, and with this newer one, I'm going to 3 millimeters thick. I'm running thicker because I had a bunch of models that were kind of tore up, so I'm running thicker. And I've had, since I went to 3 millimeters thick, exposure time at 3 seconds, and I increased my penetration depth by 5. They still break off real easy. I've had 0 problems with it.
Good.
Do you use internal supports also, Jerry?
Yeah. Now, when Cheetah Box, I don't use Lychee. I have it, but I haven't tried it. But in Cheetah Box, you'll put supports on the model, and then you go and slice it. If you put, well, let me take that back. I hollow it, and then I go and put supports on it. And then when you go back to the first screen to slice it, you'll have internal supports. If you put the supports on first and go back to first screen, go to slice it, they won't be put in. But what's bad about that, a lot of parts internally might need supports, and the model won't print right.
Right.
So unfortunately, you got to have internal supports.
Yep.
So I print solid. I quit printing hollow. You use more resin, but one, your model is way nicer. And if you're trying to sell a model, it doesn't feel right when it's hollow. It feels good and quality when it's solid. And my success rate went up by factors of 10 once I started printing solid instead of hollow.
Yeah.
This Yoda right here by Photo Cement is 3 millimeters thick. He's hollowed, but he's actually heavy because 3 millimeters is very thick. And there are a lot of parts that are solid, because when you go to slice it and you look, you got to have a vent hole. You got to be able to clean it out really good if it's a hollowed part. And let's say the staff, for instance, when you slice it and look at it, if any part of that is hollow inside, you're going to have wet resin in there, and it's not going to cure. And you got to put a hole so you can drain it. But there's 2 of them there. Yeah.
I'm a photo supporter too.
Cool.
I have a frozen Sonic Mighty too, and the resin that works the best for me is the Elegoo, the water washable gray. And since I started using that, and I have a Photon Mono SE, both printers.
3D Print Newbie, hello.
I haven't had an issue with it since.
Well, the more opaque the material, like the resin is, the better it cures, and the more sharper edges you get. Whereas if it's translucent, the light bleeds through it. The UV light bleeds through it, and you don't get sharp edges. It actually rounds them off and fuzzies the edges, the detail on your print. So,
I don't know. I get really sharp parts with translucents. Well, with translucents, with I use reds, greens, clears, and blue, and I don't have an issue at all with rounding.
I think warranty's about a year on resin, but I don't keep it around that long. I leave it in the vat for weeks on end, and then if I add to it, I'll just stir it up a little bit. Usually that's not a problem. And on my Elegoo Mars, I got a small plastic cover I printed just to keep over top of it, and then I put the red cover over top of that. But since I've had the bigger printer, I haven't used a small printer. And I originally started with Elegoo. It was great. And then I've never tried their water washable in any brand. And I just moved on to ZYLTECH, liking it better. And then I've tried Sunlu and a few other companies that I've tried. So anyway,
I really like this water washable. It really saves me a lot of IPA. I still rinse it down with IPA just to get it to displace any water that might be left on the model, but before I cure it. But the only thing that I'll cure, well, with translucent or with clear resin, I'll drop them into a jar of water and cure them in the jar of water. Yep. And it cured a little less time than I would something that's a solid color, and I can get something that come out super clear, crystal clear.
I know Kevin Sharp had a problem in the UK with water washable. I don't know how he hollowed his Wonder Woman out, but she was done painted. He's been doing this for years, and it blew up on him a matter of days later.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he didn't rinse it out well enough, didn't dry it well enough, didn't cure the inside. I don't know.
That is my same issue that I've had with water washable in the past, where it prints nicely, perfectly fine, hollowed or solid, doesn't matter. And a month or two down the road, it like starts cracking. And I usually cure them for pretty much the same time as the regular resin, which is 6 to 12 minutes, depending on the size of the print. But that's basically what I've had in the past. And from what I was told is if you decide to put some sort of like a UV coating or some sort of coating on it at any point in time after you print it, it should make it to where it doesn't crack because it's not being exposed, I guess, to the elements.
It's over hardening.
Yeah. So basically, you're putting on a hardener in a way.
Whenever possible, cure out the inside if you've hollowed it, but I haven't cured out the inside of mine in a long time. I usually leave a drain hole or something in the peat. That way, I try not to seal them up. That way, air can always get into it.
I have a UV LED light on a wire, a long wire, and I can just push it up inside the part and leave it on for a few minutes, and then move it down a little bit and leave it on for a few minutes, and that cures everything on the inside. You may not reach every single little thing, but you're
probing your models. I understand.
Don't knock it till you try it, Jerry. Don't knock it till you try it.
Hey, I've really been liking this new resin. I tried it to 1 second water washable, and it's $30 a liter on Amazon.
What's it called?
3DM.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I got to get rid of some new stuff anyway.
I've actually had to go to a 1.5 seconds, but man, it's good and strong, and it looks really sharp.
Nice.
What coating do you use? Same with FDM. I prime them, I paint them, and then I clear coat them. Whether it's a matte finish, it look like the way you painted it, or a high gloss, just like you would an FDM print. Always prime everything first.
Yeah, I would airbrush. You airbrush, or do you brush
both?
Jerry?
Hand paint and then airbrush both.
Okay.
Large areas I usually airbrush, but smaller stuff I usually hand paint it.
For the details, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey
And
guys,
as long
I
as-
got a question for you.
Sure.
Since all the pros are on here, I have been printing the same print multiple times, and it started printing, and it probably got put out about 20 millimeters high, and all of a sudden, the print head lifted up about another 20 millimeters, and then shifted over to the left, and it just sat there making noise. No filament coming out or anything.
Hey? That's a weird one.
It did.
I've had memory
profile.
cards do all kinds of crazy stuff before.
Yeah.
Format the SD. Take all your files off the SD card. Format the SD card. Weird stuff happens if the SD card has gone bad.
Okay.
And reformatting. I've seen weird stuff like that. Not exactly what you described, but I've seen print so far and then just stop. Just because you can't read it off the SD card, it does weird stuff.
Yeah.
Even try reslicing it. I've had issues where it just, I get lazy. I usually try to be pretty good about checking the slices before I throw it on the SD card, and sometimes I don't, and I'll just like you had with that, I'll turn around and it'll be printing over here, and it should be here, or it's just doing something stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the problem was.
What printer?
He's Ender 3s he's got. Isn't it?
Yeah, the Ender 3. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would, reslicing is one, but I would actually whatever files you do need, copy them off the SD card, reformat the SD card, and then put the file back on again. It's probably a bad sector on the SD card, and it's printing, and eventually it can't read it properly anymore. It gets corrupt data, so it causes the machine to do weird stuff.
My Ender 3 V2 about a week ago, out of the blue, just stopped printing on me. And the screen was frozen. It's like, what the hell's going on? So I turned off the machine, turned it back on, and then I had a black screen. It's like, damn, I've never had a problem with this. So I went to bed. Next morning, came out, turned it on. It's been fine. So I'm assuming it was SD card in the file. Something was wrong with it.
Yeah,
weird glitch.
The same problem will happen with a bad USB cable.
Yeah.
So you might be printing along fine with Octoprint, and then all of a sudden it'll just stop printing, or it'll do something. And like Liam was saying, if you get corrupt data, if you get weird data coming over that USB cable or disjunctured, cut up data, the printer doesn't want to work on it anymore, and it'll just lock up or
on the Ender 3, I was
or-
working off the SD card, but something weird happened.
Yeah, I've seen people where they'll cut the 5-volt wire in their USB cable from their Octopi to their printer, and then they've got 2 inches of exposed wire, all the shielding is out, and they're asking why all of a sudden they can't print from their Octoprint and all their everything's coming out like crap.
There's a little adapter on Thingiverse for that. You put it in to your into the USB-A, the white connector, and when you slide it into, what it actually does, it actually covers the rightmost pin, which is your 5-volt.
Just go to TH3D. They've got those power blockers. They're like $4.
I know, but I'm just saying you can 3D print a piece of
and you can block the
TH3D.
That's it right there. Yep. That's the best way to do it.
Yeah, well, what I use is because I don't want the power going into the board, I turn around and put a bit of electrical insulation tape, small bit of electrical insulation tape, cover that pin, or nail varnish.
You can just get a data only cable too. They do make USB data only cables, and those work fine.
They're harder to find though. But nail varnish over the pin and over the 5-volt pin, you're done.
Yeah.
It doesn't make connection.
Yeah, I've been printing on my machines for about 5 months now, 5-6 months. Never had any problems. Haven't had a failed print. And then the one printer that screwed up, I was printing a print for a customer of mine, and I had 2 massive layer shifts. And after that, then it started doing that to where it print a certain amount, then lift up, go to the left, and it was like the extruder was running, but it wasn't putting out any filament. So I shut the machine down. I replaced the not replaced, but I made sure the hot end nozzles were all clean, stuff like that. Made sure all the gears were clean on the extruder motor, and still did it again. So then I went on to Creality.
What about your lead screw? Is your lead screw tight and the
belts?
Yeah,
layer shifts are normally a mechanical issue. Not always.
Yeah, they're all tight. I went on Creality and down to the firmware and did that too.
How about the B-ref? How about the B-ref on your steppers?
Yeah, if it's too low.
Okay, I would not know how to change
that shouldn't just change on your own. But I'll tell you, those Creality boards, the driver packages they use, they're so small. They're not great. It's difficult to find. Even like the Big Tree Tech boards, they can be better. It depends on the driver package, but they use such small driver packages, especially for those Ender 3 boards. I think the 427s are the better ones. They've got a bigger package, so it can dissipate the heat over a little more area. But you're kind of hit or miss. Really, TH3D makes a great main board, but they can't get processors.
Nope.
Yeah, I was gonna go with the Big Tree Tech board. Yeah.
STR boards are okay. They're nice, and you can get some. It depends on which board you go with. You're probably going to go with the mini, and they have built-in steppers, but they're 2208, so they're silent steppers.
Matt Farmer, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah. Have you tried Rain-X?
Don't use it. They're okay. So while we're on this topic, and I've talked to several companies, including 3DRS, Monicure, and those, on the topic of Rain-X, PTFE lube, anything like that on your FEP film. Basically, if you're going to use that, it's only going to work for basically 1/10 of your bottom layer. So usually, okay, let's even go with a monochrome screen, okay? Monochrome screens, usually your bottom layers are 20, okay, usually to start with. Now, you can adjust that, obviously, but we'll just go with the minimum of what it is. By the time it gets to 10, that is completely gone and not even being used. It basically, like, UVs itself off of the FEP. So it's basically useless after that. Talking about that, though, it can also alter the resin that you are using. because you're adding another chemical into that mixture.
But you're completely wiping it off the FEP. And I've done prints before. When I go to when the print's done, there'll be very little resin left in the vat, and it actually separates like God spreading the ocean because of that oily substance that's on it. And I done a video recently where I replaced my FEP, and I was preaching about how, in my opinion, this works good for me. And I had somebody go on and on in comments about how you can't possibly make it any slicker than it is. It won't bond. Any greasy substance you put on anything and wipe it on will leave some sort of a film coating. And in my opinion, over PTFE lube, I think it works great. Is it going to eat up the FEP or wear it down? I don't know, but I hear less popping. I rarely hear any popping after using it.
Right. It won't kill the FEP or anything like that. It's not nothing that will damage anything that I can see.
Well, I'm throwing that out hypothetically, but I think it works great. And the popping issue, when I went from the little Elegoo to the bigger printer, it's like, holy smokes. Yeah. I mean, I'm in another room and I can hear it sucking and popping. But once I started using Rain-X, I don't hardly ever hear that.
Right. So with that being said, the main reason for people to use that is really because they have issues where their prints are failing and they're being stuck to the FEP film. What that is, to be in all honesty, straight up, it's user error. So when you have a failure on the FEP film and nothing is on the build plate, and even if it's like a half and half, that usually means that your resin settings are not tuned to be exposing enough. So you're underexposing your print. So what's happening is there's too much liquidy resin pulling at the print, and it's basically keeping it down in the vat. So that's what's happening, and people use that as a correction. It's more or less like a Band-Aid to the bigger issue. While your prints may look fine and everything, in reality, if you had a full print, like if I took this big print and I used PTFE, where I was having issues where it was sticking to the FEP film, and I use PTFE and then it comes out. The issue is while this might be a solid print and I cure it, I might be curing the outside well, but in actuality, if I were to slice this in half, you could probably see there's major issues with this print. So structurally sound, the print might not be. So that's the issue with everything, and a lot of people not understanding the differences between that. With what you're talking about in terms of the separation and everything, that's kind of like going to a wax type thing. Like when you wax your car, your windshield, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Rain-X does the same exact thing. If you wax your windshield, you're going to get rain repellent. So in terms of using for that, yeah, it'll work for a little bit, but as Monicure and 3DRS and several other resin companies have said, that doesn't really work the way that that people are intending to use it, because it dries up. Basically, the UV is so great that it dries it up within the first use, basically.
Yeah, on my Elegoo Mars, I never used to drain the vat at all. I just run my spatula through it. I'd feel if there's any parts. I'd take them out, start the next print. Then on the big one, since I had so many failures, every single time I had to dump the vat, scrape it out, dump it back in, for the simple fact I don't want to break the big LCD, which will be expensive, or tear the FEP. And now that I went on to clear ZYLTECH because it was $5 cheaper than their gray, and I could see if there was anything in the vat, I would still recheck it. So.
Yeah. So that's another thing, and I think Clayton, Uncle Jesse, just did a video on it about there's a feature on these printers that is VAT clean, and basically what that is if you have failures in any way, shape, or form, you should really be using that function. So what the best option to do is, if you have a failure and you still have supports that are stuck to your build plate, or literally anything, any piece of uncured resin, or probably even cured resin might work.
It'll cure the whole bottom layer, then you just pop it out. Yeah,
I didn't know that for so long.
Let's say you have a tower here and you have a layer of disaster below you. Okay, you take that tower of supports, put it in there, press the clean vat feature, and what it does is it opens up the, you could call it aperture or screen, whatever, and it cures the entire bottom level for however much you set it to. You should only need to, set it for no more than 30 seconds.
I've never tried that. I know that's a feature now, but I didn't realize it before.
So
You make
basically, like I said, if you have supports that are still stuck on the build plate, take them off, stick it into the vat, and then cure that with the resin clean or clean vat feature, and you can literally just pull it right out, and all of your stuff is good. So no need to drain the vat or anything like that. It works perfectly fine.
Yeah, I put a Wham Bam Plex sheet on it, and on the LG Mars, I had to print a spacer with Wham Bam. On the Mighty Sonic 4K, I didn't have to print a spacer, and it works great.
Yeah. Well, those are very good. I'm kind of so with the flex plates. Like, they're a nice feature to have. I always liked flex plates. I used to work for TH3D Studio, so that was one of our biggest sellers was the flex.
Yeah, I have flex plates on most things. They work great.
So, and I got used to using that, especially on the print farm when we were using it. So it was really, really nice. So I started using it a lot on my FDM printers when I still had them back 2 years ago now. And that was a thought that I had ever since I started getting into resin printing 2 years ago, was to develop a flex plate system, but I just couldn't think of the organics side of it is where the big issue is, because a lot of people use these wash and cure stations. And the issue that I'm starting to see trickle down every once in a great while is the failure of the adhesion of the magnet, because they're sticking it in either IPA or mean green or whatever solution that they have. And basically, anybody knows you use rubbing alcohol to remove adhesion stuff, stickers and things like that from whatever. So if you use that constantly over and you're putting the build plate in the actual wash and cure station, you're basically at some point going to rid away that adhesion, and you're going to cause a problem where you're going to print something and it's just going to detach completely. So that's what's going to happen. So I have a feeling you're going to start seeing a lot of stuff like that. I personally don't have that issue, because if I'm going to use any type of surface, whatever it may be, I usually take my prints off and put them into the basket. And I designed a print to kind of bring down the holes that are in there, because if you're printing like really, really small or fine items like a sword or something, that's going to go down and it's going to hit the propeller and it's going to break it. So I 3D printed something that I found, and I basically like resized it to put in there, so it's like a removable basket, so that way nothing falls through the bottom. So so that's what I mostly use, but that's one issue I can see happening all the time with these people and flex plates, and especially with other companies coming out with these flex plates. They're not really researching the proper adhesion products, and they're subpar at best, from what I can tell.
Yeah, but you could the flex plate, if it loses adhesion, like if your parts are not bonding to it, just give it a rub of let's say 1,000 grit sandpaper, and that would actually roughen the surface.
What I mean in adhesion, okay, so you have your build plate, then you have a magnetic sticker.
All right, yeah.
Okay, so the issue that I'm saying is with the sticker, that's basically just glue. Okay, so the issue that you're seeing, that you're going to start seeing a lot with these people that are buying brand new resin printers and flex plates and the wash and cure station, they use the build plate feature on the wash and cure. So you stick the whole build plate in there.
You shouldn't be doing that. You should wipe it down with a cloth and be done with it.
Right. So they don't get that, rubbing alcohol. You use
Naomi Wu done that recently. She took the whole build plate out and she put it in there. It's like, what are you doing that for? Just wipe it off with a rag. And if you're going to reprint, just wipe it off. I don't know why she did that.
I mean, it's not going to be an instant issue or like 10 prints down the line, but
it'll dissolve the adhesive that's holding the magnetic pad.
Yeah.
Right.
Now,
so that's what you're going to start seeing. But personally, I mean, using the flex plates, I'm kind of so. Like,
I use spray away glass cleaner to clean up any kind of resin spills, messes. Spray out the vat with blue shop towels. Spray away glass cleaner works great.
But
Yeah,
the
I
way
put a
that
flex
I
plate on
distribute
my
it-
Mono SE, and I'm going to take it off because I don't see any. I'm not getting any benefit out of having it on there, and
Right.
for the parts adhere to that as well as they do the build plate. And as I'm flexing that plate, the support plate is bending with it. It's not even popping off. So I'm not going to change my settings for that. If I'm going to chisel it off that, so if I scratch the build plate, so what? It'll stick better there.
If you have a big area, it'll flex and pop, and you have little tiny supports. You obviously you can't flex them enough. You still got to scrape them off.
Right.
Yeah.
So and I'm basically just with Jason on that. That's my whole thought process on it is it doesn't matter. They work the same way.
Yeah.
I don't see any bigger mess or less mess, to be honest.
Yeah.
The only additive feature I can see for people needing a flex build plate would be as if your build plate is disastrous. It's got dents, marks, whatever, and you're used to printing flat stuff. Then you can.
I wanted one because I got a great deal on it, and I was able to do a video, so that's why I got one. But yeah, if things were sticking fine to it on the Mighty 4K without it, some prints are harder to get off than others. So I get my BuildTak spatula, and once you get it carefully underneath a part, you can slide usually the whole plate. Sometimes you got to hack at them, sometimes you don't.
Yeah. So I mean, some people may like it. If you're getting into resin printing, go ahead and have it a try because it might be more beneficial for you. But if you're printing small objects, for sure, you got to bend them pretty hard in order to get that stuff off of there. So I didn't see a point to it because I ended up scraping it off anyway. So and most of the stuff that I do print is smaller items. I print gaming stuff like D-pads and buttons and what have you. So very, very small items that I print off. It's only when the Mighty 4K came around that I started printing bigger stuff.
I've never done minis before, so my next 3 videos with the new resin is going to be tons of minis from this one Patreon. So I got a lot of minis from.
Yeah, I got a couple minis too I need to try out. And so with that, I think you'll find that more. Maybe not so much with the Mighty 4K because it's got a bigger surface. But when it comes to like the smaller printers, like a Proxima, the LDH, LDR, Elegoo Mars, the Photon, those ones that have the 5-inch screens or 6-inch screens, there's not enough like bendable surface area for those to really help the user out, in my opinion.
We've got another man popping in. We've got Matt German. Hey, Matt.
What's up?
How you doing, Matt?
I have a question.
Hey, Matt, how's it going?
Yeah,
Sure, go ahead.
Speaking of build plates, has anyone ever used a MemorBot build plates? Not for resin, for FDM.
Yeah. No, I have never used them.
There's one on its way to me.
Fiberglass ones, right?
They're not flex plates. No, you have to hold them on with clips.
Yeah.
But they're saying they're fantastic. They're supposed to be really good at adhesion from all materials, right? But that's what they say. Everybody says that.
Yeah, I've heard that as well. I've never personally used them though.
I have their new V5 on its way to me. They asked me to test it for them and do a review. So I don't know if I have a printer that will take it as is, but I can tape it onto a printer with the painter's tape to make sure it stays in place.
Right.
But I want to give it a try. He asked me to give it a try for him and to give him a review.
Ask Llama.
MemorBot.
What?
No, Llama's using my. You can make them. You can make them so cheap.
Well, it's cost to me nothing, so I'm doing a review. So I'm going to do it for him.
They're not good for PLA.
MemorBot?
No,
The polycarbonate.
Oh, PC. All right.
One.
Yeah, no. So this is not PC. I don't know what it's made out of. I asked him to give me the details, what it's made from as well. He's going to send it to me, but and they don't do money. They only do these plates. It's a small company in China, and they only do these plates. But I was wondering if anyone has ever heard of them or used their product because I haven't, and they've asked me to test this new product of theirs.
No, I print on smooth glass, always have. My thought is just learn to level your bed and everything will stick to it. So that's it.
I'm sorry, I don't level my beds, I tram them.
Oh, yes. Yes.
A test print with PETG. I went on Angus's channel,
nice.
and I changed a few settings. So
Nice.
That's good. Retraction
I got to
settings.
print some more robot. I have 0 stringing on it. That's on a CR10. Because
Nice.
typically I get a lot of
That's
stringing
right.
out of PETG.
Did you enable outer wall wipe?
Yeah, it's got wipe enabled, and I changed some other settings on retractions above it
Yeah.
based on what he recommended on his video. So
Yeah, outer wall wipe makes a big difference because it wipes the nozzle before it moves. So it actually cleans the nozzle before it hops from one spot to the next.
because I've had so many prints out of PETG, I'd have to take a blowtorch and try to clean off the stringing, and then it's still hard to clean up the model. That's having a lot of problems with it.
Yeah, I haven't had those, but I got I use one. I have one printer, my Ender 5 Plus. I do most, pretty much, I would say the vast majority of my PETG printing on it because it's the large build volume and I have it tuned in that I get perfect prints off it with no cleanup afterwards.
Nice.
So stick with
Yeah, I
what
had
works,
problems at first with PETG, and then I watched Angus, and then I watched Chuck from Filming Friday.
Yeah.
And they both had on there how to set your retractions down, because you set the retraction distance down and
speed.
retract speed down.
Yeah.
Heat and speed.
So
Yeah,
I'll tell you, when I switched to Idea Maker, it cleaned my prints up just incredible. This is PETG.
Did they have a setting
Yeah.
in Idea Maker for PETG, or do you have to go in and tweak everything?
It has one built in.
I have to tweak. I tweak it. You know.
Yeah.
You're gonna want to tweak it.
Because I'm
Yeah.
printing with 0.6 nozzle and 0.38 layer height.
They do now have their. You'll have to watch my video because it's a
Red
little
light.
weird to import profiles, but they have a profile for just about any major printer now. Kind of like S3D and everybody else does.
Yeah, they have, but they
But you
only
still
have
have to tweak it.
Here's a
their
here's
filming
a-
profiles though. But their filming profiles are only for their machines.
For the Razor
No,
3D stuff.
no,
but
no.
it's
Their
This
filament
is all-
profiles
this is
are
all
for the
PETG.
machines now. They have machine profiles for just
Nice.
about everything. They have filament profiles for just about everything.
that's
Yeah.
that's 0.38. That's 0.38 layer height
Wow.
And we're using a
With a
0.6
0.6
nozzle.
nozzle.
and a 0.6 nozzle. Yeah.
Wow. I've never used my 0.6 nozzle. I have a couple of them laying around. I've never used them.
I love my 0.6 nozzles. It's all I run now.
Yeah, that's all I run now.
I've
Yeah.
done
I don't know
0.6
how to
and 0.8.
properly tweak my other settings to use a 0.6 nozzle. That's why I've never used it.
Yeah, I've used up to 1 millimeter.
You really
Oh,
don't
wow.
have to tweak much.
Okay.
Yeah,
See,
but
this was printed on the Daedalus with a 2mm layer height in Idea Maker at 120 millimeters a second.
Wow.
And it's a PLA Plus, and it's just super smooth.
Yeah.
nice.
I mean,
Well,
I know
part
my
of that,
camera,
I
it's a crappy web camera, but I mean, there's just nothing. And it's just pushing them out. Even bridging these, Jerry, you know the gaps that these models will bridge. They're about what, 3 inches, and it just bridges right across. It's not even loose. It's not smooth, but it's not even loose.
Okay, let me show you something here.
That's partially that printer, though. That printer is like a near identical match.
CR10 bridging.
Well,
look at that.
yes,
range printer.
yeah,
Look how big that is. That bridge perfectly fine. Of course, underneath there's some stringing
Yeah.
issues, but it did bridge.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, see this one bridges and it doesn't string. It's not super smooth, but it doesn't bow down. There's no drooping.
Yeah, it
There's no
doesn't
drooping
sag as
inside.
much.
Yeah, it's
Idea-
super. That's the
Idea
bed that
Maker's-
I tram, Liam. That's the bed I tram is on the Daedalus. The other ones I level.
Where's my level? No, Idea Maker. I mean, if you're gonna do like the Daedalus or the Railcore or one of those, they're very similar to the stock Idea Maker machines. I mean, they're not exact, but they have a similar motion profile that you can literally take one of their machine profiles and stick it in there, and take one of their filament profiles and just jam it in there, and it'll print decently. I mean, you'll only have to tweak it a little bit.
I've done that
When
with
you,
my
start, when you start getting into bed slingers that they don't have, you have to tweak them a little more. Now, again, they have their community profile page now where everybody shares everything, just like Cura and all those. So pretty much any printer out there that's a major make now has a pre-made profile for Idea Maker, along with a buttload of filament profiles to go along with it.
See you guys.
Take care.
Get out of here.
Take care, Tim. Have a great night.
Grab a late lunch. Talk to
Hey, are
guys
you
later.
live? Are you going live tomorrow night?
I am. I don't know what I'm doing yet, though. I haven't decided.
What time?
So, 6 o'clock p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 5 o'clock your time.
Well, hopefully we'll all tune in.
6 or 7. I'll be putting an announcement out for it. So,
Alrighty
Okay.
then. Thank you.
see you guys.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's a brand new version coming out on Tuesday.
Idea Maker?
Yep.
What's
Great.
new?
I just learned this one.
Wait till you see this. You haven't seen the ads for it?
No.
No.
They've incorporated velocity planing into it.
Is Idea Maker better than Prusa, or about the same, or just
I
different?
like it better than Prusa. It's to me it's a mashup of Cura and Prusa, where it's got the tab setting pages that I hate in Prusa, but it's got it all in one place. And in the modeling, in the adjustments page, I guess you call it, your build plane. To me, it's a little more like Cura, where you've got all your controls right there. I think it's great.
I think it
I
has more
won't use
control.
anything.
A lot more. No, it's much better. It is
Like,
much
everyone
better.
loves Prusa, and I keep trying to use it because I want to try them all. I use Prusa once in a while. I still use Cura. I use Cura today just for the screw of it. I like to keep updating on all of them and have in my head how they all work. There's so many stupid things in Prusa where if you have a Prusa, it's okay because you want them to control it because it's a Prusa, and it's kind of like having an Apple computer. You wanted to do it their way because, excuse me, they designed their printer to do it that way. But when you can't properly control your fans, the biggest thing that drives me nuts with Prusa Slicer in general, you go to put a custom profile in, you get a bed setting, there's no height setting.
Sorry, Marcus.
You got to go back into the advanced setting. So if you're a beginner, you can't even set your height. You have to use the advanced settings and then set your printer's height. Why isn't that right in the profile generation page?
When I get off the screen today, I'm going to take a 0.6 brass nozzle. I'm going to put it on my CR10 and start printing some droid parts. I will use Idea Maker. I think I have it installed, but I've never used it. I'm using PETG, and you say they have a profile that's pretty good already in Idea Maker?
Oh, there's many. No, it's not built in. You go to the Raise 3D site. They have a repository of tons of. I went on to, just out of curiosity, and found one for the Daedalus that Joel Telling put up. It's the only one, but there's one on there, and there's something on there for, like Llama said, everything.
Okay.
Pretty much any major printer is on there now. I have a video. It's a little weird the way you import profiles.
Yeah.
Because you actually open up Idea Maker and leave it running in the background. Then go to the website and download the profile.
Okay.
And the minute their website sees you have Idea Maker running in the background, it'll automatically import it right into the app. You don't even have to download it, then import. It'll just do it all in one shot.
Because when I'm printing bigger
have
stuff,
Idea Maker running
it
in
takes,
the background to do it.
It takes 4, 5, 6 days, and if I go to a bigger nozzle, I can print faster. So
you can.
That'll shave it down.
As long as it looks good. Yeah.
A little bit.
See, there's a catch to that printing faster with a bigger nozzle too. You're spitting out more plastic. If you don't have a hot end that's able to melt the plastic at that speed, you could actually end up slowing yourself down and getting worse prints.
Stock Creality.
Your heater is underpowered.
Your stock Creality hot end should be fine.
What you should do is, if you want to print fat at the same speed as you will at a 0.4 on a 0.6 with thicker layer lines, which means you're pushing more plastic up the temperature from, if you're normally doing PLA at 200 degrees, do it at 210, 215. So you melt plastic fat a little bit faster.
PTG is usually like 225.
230.
Your speed isn't faster. You're just laying down more plastic at once.
Right.
Yeah.
So you print the model
And
faster.
also,
Right. And you're moving up faster. Yeah.
And what about a
And
layer
you're
height?
not doing as many. You're not
You will
you're
see
not
the
doing as
layers
many
more.
walls
Many
too,
moves.
right? So
David,
if you're printing it
David.
at 0.3 instead of 0.2, then
Okay.
you can cut a wall off the side, but have the same 1.2 millimeter thickness that you
Okay,
would with
so a
3 walls.
0.3 on a 0.6 nozzle would be just like a 0.20 on a 0.4 nozzle.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Okay.
you could go a lot bigger.
Yeah,
You
you
want
can.
it-
You
know,
can.
I print
Depending on the hot end.
0.38.
Yeah.
I mean that's the minimum. Sometimes I go up to 4.
Yeah, but you're
But-
using like a volcano hot end, right?
Actually, I've got this one is a volcano with a tight arrow on it.
Right.
But
See, so you can melt the plastic.
But that one-
standard
that
freaking
one is,
reality ender hot end is not going to melt the plastic that fast.
yeah, well,
No.
it's 40.
Print
It's
that
40.
thick of a layer
It's
line.
still 40 watts. It's 40
Yeah.
watts. It's
You
gonna
don't
melt.
have the control.
And it's PTFE lined, and it's going to stick, and it's just not going to be.
You're going to
as
start seeing
good.
some degradation.
Come on, guys,
Yeah.
have some faith in your stuff, man.
Yeah.
MK8s are not bad at all.
Yeah.
they're not.
No,
I have a lot
Jerry,
of faith in that Slice Engineering Copperhead, but or this Micro Swiss, but in this thing here, no.
I
No.
don't think they stock old fashioned
you
properly.
will see your layers a lot more.
These are actually sweet. The TiVo. These
hell
you
is that
can
on
put
top?
out a ton with the TiVo.
Yeah, it looks like it put it out everywhere. Oh, what is that? The old sock covering? It's got
Yeah,
one of
that's
those
just old.
cheap socks.
That's just the old sock on it.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, I got to run, but hey, it was good hanging out with you.
Thank you, Jason. Have a great day.
We'll see you guys
Hey
around.
guys,
Take care.
I'm about to run and eat dinner. I'll be back here in a little while.
All right. Thank you, newbie.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
if you
Jerry, I
want,
have a video on how to import profiles into Idea Maker. I did it like
Okay.
6 months ago when they first, because their whole profile website thing is new. They only did it like 6 months ago.
All right.
Just before they came out with the belt printer version, they did it. So it is
Yeah, I
a
have-
little odd to do to import, but it works.
I have 3 or 4.
Once you figure it out, it's
on my
actually very
computer.
easy.
I use Simplified 3D for everything. Whenever I print on the Ender 3 V2, I use Creality Cura. And I would like to learn another one other than S3D that works good. So I'll go with Idea Maker.
Yeah.
My
Idea
brain,
Maker
is, my brain is only so big. I'm almost 57. So I don't want 10 different programs. I want one or the other that I use because I'll forget.
You should. You'll be one of 2 people. I found 2. It's weird. Idea Maker and S3D are very similar in layout and everything. Idea Maker has way more control now. There's just so much more control. It's
What
almost
about that
confusing.
ironing feature they have? And what is it? Cure or something as an ironing feature?
They all have ironing now. S3D's had ironing. They all have had ironing for years.
Okay, I
Prusa
didn't know
Slicer just came out with ironing recently.
Okay, I didn't know S3D
That's
ever
like
had
the
it.
last one. They've all had ironing for years. Nobody uses it because it slows it down and it's kind of a pain in the ass.
and it's only
I've
the
used
top
it
layer
a few
anyway.
times. Huh?
Ironing's only the top layer anyway.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It should be if you want a really nice finish. The problem is you need like perfect boxes because if you have a slope and it starts ironing that slope face, it takes the print days extra because it's trying to do all
Cura
that
doesn't
little
iron
stuff for every
Cura
little
iron
angle.
does not
it's not
do
worth it.
slope. It only does
Trevor.
top surface.
If you're doing a perfect like a box, ironing's great on the top surface. It's beautiful. Otherwise, it's a waste of time.
Yeah, I only use it. I rarely use it, but if I want a perfect top, I do that.
Yeah.
But if I want a perfect box, I just sand it as well, right?
Yeah, but it's nice when it's all because it's glossy and it leaves a really nice finish. It does. But
Yeah, it's good and bad.
yeah,
Matt
It
German,
does get
what have you
rid
been
of-
working on?
it gets
Not
rid of the
much.
trace lines too.
Just the lamp.
Shouldn't you rephrase out to what lithophane you're working on?
Captain Lithopane.
Nice.
Elephants.
Yeah, Matt only prints lithophane,
Elephant.
and now he's into robots.
Okay, Matt, where's the
Droids.
one that has the color on the rainbow?
That would look like it was actually color,
That's awesome.
but it just been the way the light was.
No, he's got a great one with the color.
Yeah, I know. I seen that.
He's a ZYLTECH
awesome.
fanboy, all ZYLTECH printers.
That's so cool.
Do you have
That
any
is cool.
ZYLTECH t-shirts or stickers?
No, I don't.
Well, we're going to have to talk to ZYLTECH about that.
I know. I've been asking for them, but I even asked them if I can print a logo out myself, but they said
I wonder if I
nothing
could
to me.
do
That's
that.
what they
Do I have
said.
any light?
They said nothing to me.
You gotta
I think that's an answer too. So
Wow.
you gotta talk to Son.
Hey, Trevor, have you shown your customers lithophanes? Yeah.
I have a couple of lithophane cubes and lampshades in the front window. They come out so nice. We do a lot during the holidays usually.
We should do the color
Lithophane
ones.
are cool.
Like the color ones look fantastic.
I did some color ones where I just
Done any color
after I printed it, I colored the back of it with a highlighter. It actually worked really well.
There you go.
I've
So
seen,
if you want to use yellow, green, and pink.
I've seen some interesting videos where people are taking their cheap lasers using mustard and they're able to lightly engrave on metal, and it seems like it works
Yeah.
with mustard.
With mustard.
I don't know why, but it seems like it works.
Hey,
Yeah,
it
etching.
works.
Engrave your mustard. I saw people that were engraving like hamburgers and stuff. So when you bring it out in a restaurant, it's got like happy birthday on it and crap.
Right.
Like, or in the cheese on a cheeseburger, you like laser engrave their freaking happy birthday or their name on it.
When I get that Comgrow laser in the mail, I'm gonna print out something that says mustard works, and I'll see if it works in the video. I'll see if I can burn it and wipe it.
About the first 2 weeks I had my fiber laser, I think I engraved anything that was metal in the house, from every spoon and spatula to just, everything.
Those fiber lasers are what, $6 or $7 grand?
You get them as low as $4 or $5. It just depends. Really you want to get all the accessories, at least for me, because, I do jewelry on the daily. Being in the mall, all the jewelry stores kind of plug us because, once it's engraved, you can't take it back. So, nobody's going to return it. And two, you have more value if it's engraved. It's a more personalized gift.
Those lasers you have, they had one on auction at Nellis Auction, an Amazon return here like 3 or 4 months ago. And of course, with an Amazon return, you don't know what you're getting, but it looked brand new, and it went for like $2,100. Now, of course, if you would have bid it up to $2,100, or whoever really wanted it might have cranked the bid much higher, but that's what it went for.
I'd be scary on Amazon return because those galvos are pretty expensive. So, because you have a galvo head that basically focuses the mirror for
And
you.
then if they go bad, they're real expensive to replace.
I mean, a couple $100 easy, if not $1,000. So, knowing in the business of Amazon returns, I mean, you know what you can get. So,
Hey, TK, how you doing? Sorry. I like to interrupt people all the time. My wife always yells at me, "Why do you interrupt people?" Well, I want to say something, so I do. I don't know how else to put it. So,
Because it's my freaking turn, damn it.
yeah, it's hard to butt in when people are talking, so I just have to try to talk over people, and I don't know. I'm sure she'll make a comment here in chat in a minute.
Yeah, give him hell, Betty.
We love you, Brandy. We just sent you another shovel.
Yeah, she really got on me the other day about putting her down in chat, making different comments, so I won't say nothing negative today.
wise man.
Yeah, if anybody wants to drop in, here's a link here. You can drop in and hang out with us.
Live to print another day.
Yeah, the last week he really dug a deep hole.
Yeah, I don't even think she was watching that stream, but I think I told her about a few things I said.
Oh, I got yesterday my COVID jab.
Yeah, I'm getting mine Monday.
Yeah, I crank his mic out.
Yeah, he's
24 hours from now, it'll be 25 hours from now.
Sorry?
24 hours from now, it'll be 25 hours from now.
Time change.
Yeah,
Daylight savings tomorrow.
Liam, you should have already known that and said that.
I do know about DST. DST is bad for astronomers.
Ike would have spoke right up, but Liam didn't get it.
No, see, well, DST is bad for astronomers. It's good for everybody else because it goes forward and you end up with longer days. That's bad for us. We wanted to get darker earlier because that we spend more time. Winter is good for us. It's cold, but we get shorter. We get longer nights, which is good for astronomy, right?
Is that just a U.S. thing, or is that worldwide, other than Arizona?
Which DST?
The time change.
Yeah, it depends on the country.
A lot of countries use it. I wouldn't say all, but a lot of countries. Like we are now 13 hours behind China.
There's no reason for it.
12.
There's no reason for it.
There is no real reason for it. No.
Just so you know, it can take an hour out of your sleep.
What's weird is different countries change at different times.
Yeah, Europe, different regions change at different times. Yeah. Like Europe does. Like in Europe, they change. They change a few weeks after us.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it's the first week of April they do it in Europe.
Yeah, so it does vary, and it should be all the same because it's based off. It's all based off the solstice.
At least when you look at a YouTube video you want to watch, it's going live. Wherever you're watching that YouTube at, it will base it off wherever you're watching it from. So you don't have to try to figure out when it's going to be on.
Agreed.
I'd be happy to get rid of time zones and daylight savings and all that. And everyone just lives at GMT or UTC.
You can't do that because then it'll be 8 o'clock in the morning. It'll be 5 a.m. or 5 p.m. in Europe. It'll be lunchtime here.
Right.
You can't eliminate time zones because of that.
No, you just get used to the different hours.
Yeah.
Like
that absolutely makes sense. You're just so used to having lunch at noon.
Here's the worst part.
Having lunch at 5 p.m.
Here's the worst part.
How are you going to do GPS?
When you're dealing with places like India, it's 5.5 hours ahead. There's no full hour. There's half hours in there.
When I was a little kid growing up, because my family was from Nebraska, we had supper at 5 o'clock, and then dinner was Sunday at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, if everyone's living at UTC, it's all the same.
I don't use the word supper anymore.
If we went UTC, that would make sense.
Yeah, just operate off Zulu and go from there.
I'd support that idea.
All right, let's start a vote. A petition.
Got my vote. Marcus for president.
I just wish they'd stop changing the time. Either
just time
savings or stick with standard time, but choose one and leave it. I don't want to be switching it every spring and every fall. It gets obnoxious. Just leave it the hell alone. Yep. There's no need for it anymore. Modern farmers don't give a crap about the daylight. Half of them are out in the dark anyways. They don't care. They have lights.
We should actually make Marcus a time lord.
That's not true, Llama. That's not true.
It is true.
It's not true because the stores stay open longer because of the daylight. You know, the offset is more in the daylight than in darkness. So if you're in the middle of the day, you know, now the stores are open an extra hour, you know. So
yeah, but it's the same time.
I've got a question for Trevor.
The time, it's still the same time.
It's still the same biological time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a question for Trevor
regarding for 8 hours. You're still done with work for the only reason of daylight savings originally is for farmers. So as the sun came up earlier, they could get out into the fields earlier because the sun was up earlier and they got done earlier.
That is not true.
That's what daylight savings is about.
No, that is not true at all.
Yes,
hey,
it
Trevor,
is.
No,
I'm going to interrupt everybody.
Yeah.
Does the food court give you a discount since you have a shop there?
No.
Well, that sucks.
I mean, they probably do sometimes, but mainly they're caterers in here. They operate
daylight
catering.
savings time was set up so that young kids in school would get out an hour earlier.
That's a myth. We are going into daylight savings now. During school time, major school time, we're on standard time.
It's not a myth.
That's a myth.
This started, I'm a farmer. I come from farmers.
President Marcus.
That's why they did it. I'm in Iowa. I'm in Iowa, dude. We're about as farmer as it gets.
I'll make a ruling. You're both wrong.
I mean, I'm still farmer. My last name is Farmer, so.
There you go. Yeah.
And when all you guys get tired of talking, go take a nap. My last name is Nap.
Oh, this is going downhill, man, and fast.
Okay, let's quit talking about daylight saving time. Let's talk about prints or something, or resin printers, or lasers, or something.
Okay, this says the rationale behind daylight savings in the United States was to save energy.
How's that? I muted him.
Thank you. Thank
Have the
you.
lights on less.
I saw that coming.
Let's don't talk about it no more. Let's
The
move
whole
on.
school thing is a myth because we actually go off daylight saving for 90% of the school year.
Trevor, if you think that having some 3D scan models of kids and pets will help you sell printers, let me know. I can send you some models.
Yeah.
Right.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
You should do some in FDM and some resin. Send him the STL files. I think he can print them himself.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
My dogs are making noises. They want a bone, so I'll be right back. Keep chattering. Just don't talk about daylight savings time.
Wait, so how do I send the Trevor? Are you on Twitter or anything?
He's on Facebook.
I have a Facebook, email.
All right.
Put your email in private chat for him. And he
There
can
you
send you the STL files. That's probably
Benjamin
easy.
Franklin was the first American to do it, and the thought was
Don't go. You're going to get kicked out of the room.
lamp.
You're going to get your butt kicked out if you keep going there.
I'm just reading the facts, man.
I know, but he'd say stop.
Tomorrow on Tom Llama's channel, we're talking about daylight savings time.
So your whole stream tomorrow can be about that, okay? But no,
daylight savings starts tomorrow. It's kind of cool because I know the whole school thing is a myth.
It's still at it. Can someone please get rid of this scratch in the record, please, so we can actually move it back and then continue with the song?
We lost Trevor.
Why is it? What's the big deal? It's a good.
I'm only making fun of you, man, because it's easy. Because it's a laugh.
Good discussion. It's good to have information.
I know. I'm just making fun of you.
Proper information is good.
So is correct information.
Yeah, I'm reading the correct information.
Welcome to the internet.
I was wrong too. Everyone thought it was school. That's wrong. Neither one.
So
on June 12th, I'm gonna have to do the birthday stream. I'll be 57 June 12th, and obviously in my head and everything I do and music I listen to, I'm like 25. But my dad lived to be 57, and that was it. Back when I was 17 years old, when he passed away, he was 57. So. And my brother is 63, I think, 64. My sister is 67. So thank God I'm the youngest of the three at the moment. So
I'm Piggy in the middle of my family.
how old are you? In your 40s, right?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm turning 51 this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's almost our age.
But thank you.
Yeah, the days go
I thought you
by.
were up there 40s. I didn't think you were 50 yet, but
Yeah, I'm 51 this year. In
That's
June.
why you're getting your shot, right?
Well, no, yes and no. I'm getting it for two reasons. I'm an asthmatic, and asthma is one of the ailments they want you to get it because if you do get the COVID, it attacks the lungs and it's bad for asthmatics. It has a big greater effect, so they're making it available to people with that. But by the end of March, they're making it available to anybody over the age of 16 anyway. Or sorry, early April 4th. Anyone over the age of 16.
I got my sticker. I got a lollipop too. They gave me a damn lollipop.
You got a lollipop?
I got a lollipop with my shot, man.
We went and we got our hair. I went out with my son this morning. We got our hair cut, and for young kids, they let them choose the little things of candy. And I was going out the door. I was at the end of it all, and there was one kid picking out candy, and I said, "Why didn't you offer me any candy?" Give him a hard time.
Well, it's funny because mine was a drive-through, and they literally it's at a school in the next town over. And they made this maze in the soccer field that you drive around to make sure you're there for 15 minutes. Literally, that's the whole point. They have like 4 tents along this maze, and they make you drive this whole maze. And at each tent, you stop and say, "Yeah, I feel fine." And at the very end, they make sure you've been here 15 minutes, and then check you out. They take your temperature, look at your pupils, make sure you're not going to like die or anything.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was at the end of the day, so. the line was clear, so I made it in like 10 minutes. So I had to sit for 5 minutes at the last 10. And the guy's like, "Oh, you want a goodie bag?" You know, just laughing. And I'm like, whatever. And he goes, "Well, it's got a lollipop in it." I'm like, "You know what? Yeah, I want a freaking lollipop." Come to find out, with the Moderna, dry mouth is one of the symptoms of the shot. I never heard anything about that. So that's why they give you the sticker and the lollipop is to suck on the lollipop and get rid of the dry mouth.
Yeah. Oh,
I
TK.
was happy to get a root beer lollipop, man. I was all key to that, baby.
Sorry, what is it? TK? You should actually go register with your Myers are offering it, and a couple of other Rite Aid are offering them. You should go register with these guys.
Dude, he's in Europe. He ain't here.
Where are you based, TK?
He's in England.
Yeah, I would go to your
TK's
local
in
health board
England.
and register with them.
England,
and tell them to get
yeah,
their
England. Wales. I think he's in Wales. You in Wales? One of them places.
Yeah,
I seen that cool. Somebody posted on a Facebook earlier, really cool little shaker for your small paint bottles. I put 2 small ball bearings in it, and I shake them up that way. But this is like a little vibrator gizmo. You stick them in it, and it vibrates them. And it doesn't shake them with the mechanical one that's battery operated. This one actually plugs in. I think they use them for nail polish. And just kind of stick the little bottle in it, or you put it down on top of it, and it vibrates 100 miles an hour. So, but it's $65, unfortunately. But
they can't get the shot in England because of Brexit, man.
he's in North Wales.
You never know, actually.
Tell me about Brexit. I mean,
They might
hardly
got
I can get
Brexited
any
down the
filament
shot.
here.
Yeah, 91's fine. 78, 99, whatever you can find on IPA will work fine with resin prints.
Yeah.
And a lot of places were keeping it behind the counter. If they don't have it out on the shelf, like a while back, Walgreens, it never used to be on the shelf because people were hoarding it. You'd have to ask them, and then up front, they had it behind the counter.
You
so
can get it
wherever you're
Walmart.
going, don't have it, just ask them. But 91's fine.
Yeah, Walmart has 95% IPA.
Yeah, any IPA will clean resin prints.
Yeah, anything over 70% they say is good. Anything under 70% is questionable. Anything over 70% is the best.
And if you want to go to Lowe's or Home Depot, here's what Matt Farmer has.
Teenage alcohol. Yeah, that works too.
How much
That
are those
stuff-
big ones, Matt?
That stuff
That's
definitely
expensive, though.
cleans far better than my 99% IPA ever did in my wash and cure station.
How much are those?
I think this was about $15, $16, and this
That's
is the bigger
reasonable.
can.
Home Depot or Lowe's?
Yeah, this is Home Depot. You'll find it in the paint section. So I know, unfortunately, you guys that live in California and the guys in the UK and across the pond there. Unfortunately, I don't think you guys can get this stuff. If you can, great. But for those who live in the States, besides California, this is great stuff.
Yeah,
Well, for those guys who are in
regulated here.
guys who are in Wales and Scotland, you could just use whiskey.
Or vodka. There you go.
Hey, Trevor.
People use that.
Use
on
cheap
job.
vodka. Really cheap vodka would work.
As Trevor does a shot.
I think he's drinking tea.
Yeah, I know. It was just
Yeah.
It was the perfect timing. We were talking about alcohol, so it looked like I was trying to pull off a ha. Come on, work with me.
Yeah, but we never talked about what was in that tea. No one ever
It's
talked about
Saturday
what was in that tea.
Yeah.
Fortunately, just tea. Although they do sell
They all say.
so
Take your word for it.
that'll be the next stop in about 15 minutes. Here is a nice cold beer.
Yeah. Well, just so you guys know, Walmart right now has
Sandy.
91% rubbing alcohol, 2-liter bottles for like $3. Mail order.
IPA
You can
is
mail
too
order.
cheap
Are they in
again.
stock though?
Huh? Yeah.
Are they in stock?
I just got it.
Oh, did you? Oh,
It was like $4
there you go.
from Walmart. Mail order. Delivered to my door.
If you want to, if you really want to, you can buy
I
it
bought
by
4
a
bottles.
5-gallon
They
drum.
only let you get 4 bottles at a time.
Right.
They don't let you get more than that.
No, if you go online, you can buy it in a 5-gallon drum of IPA.
When
Yeah,
when
but it's
all
more
this-
money. That was actually cheaper.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, a 5-gallon drum of IPA is $100.
when
Yeah.
all this happened, I was this close to buying a barrel
Yeah,
of IPA from what is it, Uline?
A barrel?
yeah,
Yeah,
$100 for
They're,
a 5
they're
gallon.
only about an hour drive to their warehouse from me in Wisconsin. and a barrel I think was like going right before the prices spiked. It was like $1,500 for a 22-gallon barrel. I think.
Gloves right now are ridiculously expensive.
Yeah, so it would have been good to do, but the problem is,
oh no,
that's a fail. Getting it to people, the issue is getting it to people, and
hey, do that again.
Shipping it, doing what?
Let it fall. You want to see it?
Oh no, it's
You want to watch it this time? Rewind.
It's my
Sunloo, the Sunloo dryer.
My filler dryer.
Sunloo, yeah, I have one of those.
Yeah, because I don't have a spool holder for this printer, so.
You know what I was thinking of doing? You guys will get a kick out of this.
Or
I don't have a filament dryer, but I do have a boot dryer. And I'm thinking I'm going to put the roll on here and just put a box on top of it.
Okay, and everybody's going to be asking, where'd you get it from? I want a link. I want one. I want one.
Yep.
Oh, those things, dude, in the wintertime, those things are awesome. To put on a nice warm, because it only gets up to like 75, 80 degrees, but you put your foot in that nice, warm, dry boot. Oh, it's so nice.
Can you see the filament holder?
Oh, that's a nice belt bracket right there. I never even thought of that.
Go out and
Just
garage,
get it.
yeah.
Holy
Belt bracket?
high tech.
And that,
Hey, that's some high quality Americanesium right there.
the
Printed
dude,
some
that,
inserts for a spool
that-
holder.
you just, yeah, I made an insert for the spool holder. And that's just, here. That insert is just a piece of PVC that, I bought some PVC pipe and just threaded it on there.
We got a camera of a camera of a camera of a camera.
And which one do we look at?
Oh.
Which camera?
And then this,
That for me?
You know what? Screw that.
Put a soda up here. I guess I got my soda back from 8 hours ago.
Here's my filament holder.
Jerry, I'm going to drop off for a minute. I need to get something to eat. I'll be back on in a while if you're still here.
All
right. Thank you, Liam.
Dixon Hoffman.
well, you know,
Simple Green.
holders are just, I don't know about filament holders.
For Simple Green, I will let you know that if you use that with a wash and cure station, it will degrade your bearing as well as degrade any anodized parts that are in there. It's too abrasive for that stuff.
Really?
I got
I
a
have
30.
simple green in my
isn't?
ultrasonic cleaner, and you know when you don't use it, it settles. So I need to very carefully scoop off the good stuff without disturbing the bottom layer, so I can get rid of it. Because if you move it, then it turns to goo.
Yep.
You know what I've always thought might work, but I don't have resin, so one of you guys might want to try it just for shits and giggles. Pardon my French.
That's fine.
Have you guys ever thought about using denture cleaner?
I don't have any denture cleaner yet. I don't have any teeth.
Like, the little tablets. Seriously though, think
Like
about it.
Polydent you're talking about, right?
Huh?
I have a
Like effort in, like the little effort in. You put your print in a bucket of a cup of water. You throw an effort in there. You come back 5 minutes later, it's all scrubbed clean.
Hey, it's worth
I
a
don't know
shot.
if it would work or not. I just thought it was a cool idea.
I have a local customer that swears by acetone.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
does a lot of
acetone will work. You just got to be careful. Like if you have really thin parts, it will kill them for sure.
We're waiting for you to drop in, Chris Travis. That's why we're still here.
Won't acetone start eating the resin itself?
Yeah. Yeah. Acetone basically eats anything plastic wise. So you got to be really careful with an acetone bath. You can't just leave it there for even like a minute, I would think. You would start degrading the prints, but it should, in realistic world, it should clean the print very, very well of any loose resin that's on your print. What I usually do is if I have a print that's cured and there's white spots on it or whatever, it's not properly cured. I will take acetone and use a paintbrush and brush in there anywhere that I see that still has like uncured resin on it.
We have another man dropping in. We got Daniel from 3D Maker Hub. Hey, Daniel.
How's it going, guys?
What have you been up to?
A lot of vacation and spending a bunch of money what I don't want to spend.
Oh,
At least you're lucky to have vacation.
You did it anyway.
damn, your eyes are blue. Your eyes are really bright blue.
It's all on what color shirt I wear every day. So if I wear like a very offset color,
yeah,
they look even more blue for some reason.
I thought I had green eyes my whole life. Remember, she says, no, your eyes are blue, but I don't think my eyes are blue. But my mom always said they were green, but I guess they're blue.
Yeah, no, when I say I go on vacation, I just go to work to hang out.
Also, I've been on vacation for like the last 2 months then.
And you're in Florida. You're in Florida, right? Disney World.
Yeah. So today, oh no, wait, yeah, today's the 13th, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Today marks 1 year that I've actually been not at work.
What do you do at Disney World?
I work in Animal Kingdom.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Did they just open that up again last week or something?
No, we've been open the whole time and stuff like that. We're not at full capacity right now. Like average capacity for Animal Kingdom and all that nice jazz is probably around 24,000 people when normal capacity is about 64,000 people. Whoa. So it's a little different. So if you wanted to go on vacation and actually enjoy a Disney trip or any other theme parks, now is the time because they limit the capacity.
I hate long lines. When I go anywhere, I hate long lines.
Yeah, no, like even much so right now, if you went to most of the places like Disney, like we just went, the wait time is literally how long it takes you to walk that line.
That's good.
Yeah,
it would almost be worth going.
It's way worth going.
Like, I know their ticket prices went way up. What does it charge? What is it per person per day? Like $75 or something?
I don't know. I haven't paid in about like 5 years. So, but I know they have some specials going on right now where it's like a 3-day park pass for like $175, give or take, per person, which isn't too bad.
I've been to Disneyland 3 times in my life years ago, and I would love to go to Disney World, but I've been on many airplanes. I even jumped out of one twice, but I hate airplanes.
Oh, no, I don't blame you. See, I'm not that tall, so being on a ladder kind of scares me. So every time you get on a chair. Oh,
what are you, about 5'1"?
5'6" on a good day. Debatable on the shoes I wear. But every time I see you get on a chair on the stream, I'm like, oh, Jerry's on a chair.
Yeah, I'm getting old and I'm fat because I eat too many cookies. And yeah, up until I retired, I was in perfect shape in construction. I mean, I worked like 10-hour days, 6 days a week. Constantly, I could do anything. And since I retired, I quit doing anything. So when I do any little thing around the house, the next couple of days, I'm really sore because I'm so out of shape. It's ridiculous. Yeah. My wife met me, I was pretty buff, and now I lost most of my muscle from my health problems, and it sucks.
I'm right there with you.
Throughout the year, I will say that I lost a wee bit of body mass because I'm not out, walking as much as I used to.
Yeah.
In comparison to now just hanging out around the house and stuff like that. So when it comes to like actual body mass, my wife showed me a picture of me last year in comparison to this year. My arms look tiny. I'm like, man, I should start, picking stuff up and moving it around again.
Well, you'll fit in a C-3PO costume now, right?
Oh, dude, easily. But no, I am actually too tall for Mickey Mouse. I am too tall for Mickey Mouse. It has a statue of 5'2". You can't be any taller than 5'2". Same with Minnie Mouse. Same with Donald Duck. Goofy, you have to be 6'2", no taller, no shorter.
Other than wearing a hot costume all day, I think it'd be fun to be a character like that all day long and be paid to go out and have fun. And I don't know. I think it'd be fun.
No, it is
like dressing up for Halloween.
Surprisingly, it's actually loads of fun because your time in the costume is very, very small windows. Like at most, you will be out in the hot sun for, let's say, 45 minutes before you get changed out with another person.
You might know this actor. I don't know his name. He's been on YouTube many times. He's an actor, and he went to Disney World, Disneyland, and he could perfectly replicate every single voice of every character. And he would walk up to that character, and he would redo the voice that obviously the character can't do because they're just in a costume. And they were completely flabbergasted that this guy could do all these voices. I forget his name.
Mel Blanc. Mel Blanc.
I'm not sure. He's a young guy.
Oh, young guy?
Yeah, he's a young guy. He does all
most of those voices in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's fun. I will say that I have enjoyed my year, but I can't wait to go back to work.
Hmm.
But what have you guys been up to?
Just working on droid projects. I got some more resin in the mail today from 3DRS resin. It's made here in the U.S. They sent me 3 bottles. That'll be 3 videos. ZYLTECH is sending me out 1 or 2. I'm not sure, 1 or 2. I asked for a few different things, and we'll see. And then Comgrow is sending me out a laser for my Ender 3 I'm going to put on it. So I want to do a video on it. I wanted to try one on it, even though because I have the K40, and I haven't bought the Auteur, but I figured, well, I want to buy one for 50, so why not see if they'll send me one? I'll do a video on it, and which they said sure. So anyway. So I've got like 5 videos all lined up in a row right now I need to start working on.
You on that?
I want to make it bigger.
And then, oh yeah, next Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific, I'm having a 3D print general on. So
Okay.
he has a lot of awesome videos out there. What's that?
I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, he actually did a live stream about 2 weeks ago, the first one he's ever done. He interviewed one person. But yeah, he has a print book out on, fixing your prints and problems. It's been on Amazon for a very long time, and I asked him if he'd come on. He wants to, so that'll be cool.
Yeah, no. My question is how do you not throw your printer out the window right now? But that's just me with one of them, which is still giving me trouble over the time.
Well, what's wrong? What printer? What's wrong?
Oh, dude, it's still my it's the Ender 6. Just fighting with that 350 millimeter Bowden tube. It's ridiculous. Trying to get the retraction exactly right and still have the speeds. And there's a couple of profiles out there that aren't bad, but they're not to my liking per se. Because if I'm pushing out prints on that at the speeds I want, then my 4-day print should only take me 2 days and 17 hours. But it gets to a certain notion of that print, and then it just all goes to hell.
Oh, and thank you for that link. I went ahead and ordered that filament by Yosu or whatever it was called.
Yo-Yo.
Yo-Yo, yeah, Yo-Yo. I ordered that.
Yo-Yo.
I haven't got it yet, so hopefully that'll come today or tomorrow.
Actually, that comes into one of my next projects with a guy what has a dual filament where it's mixing. And I'm trying to get him to do me 95A and then 85A and then 95A to give it that really wobble in the center in comparison to the outskirts by still having it all TPU.
So, Daniel, what kind of extruder does that Ender 6 have? Is it like 1 gear and a idler pulley, or is it two gears, or what?
No,
Can you show us, Daniel, or your camera won't swing around there?
I mean, it's on the ground over there.
All right.
It's just the dual extruder, the standard Creality dual extruder, what they put out as the red one probably, 2 years ago. The fat extruder in comparison to it. And it's not really the extruder, it's the length. It really, truly is the length, because you got to think about it. We're usually running at 151 Bowden tubes, and now you throw on a 350 millimeter Bowden tube, and it's just like it can print out, but your max speed, what I've seen with the full Bowden tube and not moving your extruder up to the back where everybody's doing because they can't figure it out either. You're looking at maybe at max 80 to 90 millimeters per second. And then it's perfectly fine. But if you try to hit that 200 millimeters per second like it says it does, you're running into issue after issue.
You're going to have a bad day.
Who's going to have a bad day?
No, I'm saying you're going to have
P-Tech 3D, how you doing?
Yeah. It's just one of those things where it's a great concept and it's a great unit. Don't get me wrong. The fact that I can't get to my motherboard, that's another story. And the fact that it's the same UI as the Ender 5 Plus, where no offense to the Ender 5 Plus or even the Ender 6, but I like to have all my commands. I don't like it dumbed down. I don't want to just be able to set my speed, set my temp, and then set my bed temp.
Every printer needs baby stepping at the very least.
I want my Blu-ray. I want, I want all these other features to be able to sit there. And thank you for giving us, a touch screen. That's cool. But I'd rather have a turn knob with, all my settings than having to sit there and fight and try to do everything in a slicer.
Yep. Understandable.
Yeah. But that's what I've been up to. I mean, like, honestly, and bought a whole bunch of JG Maker Magics.
Those are pretty good printers.
Hey, Matt Farmer, did you see Tim's live stream last night?
I did not.
He was repairing his different boards that had different issues from people. One of the people in chat, I don't remember who it was, made a comment. They would much rather be watching him than that guy from Akuma Mods. But
That's
Tim stood up
probably
for you. He said, "Hey, that's my buddy Matt."
Yeah. Doesn't surprise me, really.
But Marcus, how's your app going? Be honest.
It's going good. I forgot to mention yet. Jerry asked me earlier, but I don't know if you guys heard of a YouTuber called Crosslink. His name's Daniel. He's in Germany, over where Stefan and Thomas are. But he just did a review on it. So he's my biggest YouTube review so far. Like, he has between 40 and 50,000 subscribers, and he did a full video on it. And he says he's going to do more. He's going to do follow-up videos on it. So that was pretty cool.
Post a link in chat if you want, Marcus. You're very welcome to. People want to go check that out. And then I'm sure your links are in his video description. If you don't want to post your own links, you're welcome to do that. Everybody here is allowed to self-promote.
So I sat down with
playing with it, isn't he?
I sat down with Ethan and with Ethan's mom, and we all watched it together. And it was, you're not knowing what he was going to say about it, a little scary, but it turned out to be a decent review, and it was pretty exciting.
That's good.
Marcus,
Isn't Stefan reviewing it right now, playing with it?
He's got it, but he's a busy guy. They're all busy.
Well, he hinted at it on the Melt Zone that he was playing with it.
Oh, that's cool.
So the question is, did Ethan like the review?
Yeah, he was excited because the thumbnail actually has this print on it, which is him.
Yes.
So he was super excited.
How old is Ethan now?
He's 13.
Okay.
So he's in middle school.
And he's still hacking? He's still in his hacking phase?
He still is. Yep.
Hey, we got another guy trying to pop in. Should I let him back in?
Nah.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna delete him. No.
Yeah, I love you too, guys.
How you doing?
He walks around with his thumb drive, and he'll ask if you can put his thumb drive in your computer, and you always say no. Always say no.
Hey, Dan, how are you?
Hey, how's it going, Liam?
Good.
I think that's the link right there.
Let's see here. All right.
You did it on March 8th.
What's that for?
Yeah, well,
It's Marcus's 3D scanning.
All right.
Jerry, can you post that? Thanks.
Not bad.
I've been trying to get some scanner manufacturers interested in getting reviews done. And with the cost of those scanners, they're not really that interested.
No, definitely not.
It's hard to get them to buy into it.
Yeah, like
Some
the
of those
nice
scanners
cheap
are really
ones
expensive.
are like $3,000, I think.
Oh, 3,000 is the low end.
Yeah, like a nice cheap one.
Yeah, so I'm still trying. There's a few I'm chatting with, but it's a hard sell to get them to send one for review. I've even said, look, send one and we get and I could review it and return it if they wanted to. And they're even hesitant to do that. So,
can you hear the sound?
Marcus's app works just as well, and all you need is a freaking iPhone.
Oh yeah, I know who that guy is. I'm subscribed to him. Can you hear him or not?
No.
No.
All right.
Just barely.
Here, let me put my mic up to the speaker.
You'll get a YouTube freaking.
You surely know that you have the Face ID camera on the
It'll,
front, so you can unlock your phone.
You're reproducing his material.
I've never
YouTube will sense it and
showing people's videos.
freak out.
All right, well I won't then.
Just go watch it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Puppy! Puppy! It's a little puppy dog.
Anyway, yeah, I'm subscribed to him. I love his content.
Yeah, good looking out, Thomas.
What's up, dog?
That's a cute breed, whatever it is.
Yeah,
He's such a happy puppy.
I have no idea what mix she is.
Oh, he's still on screen. How come that's still up there?
He just wants to stay up there.
Rough.
Yeah.
Oh, hit stop sharing. Okay.
It is 7:30.
You think she might be part Italian Greyhound because of the way that she built.
She fast?
Yes, very.
Oh, but news on Global 3D Print Project. We should be getting our final CAD back in 7 days. I gotta look at a calendar, which is really nice because that will start breaking it down and start getting these pieces out to you guys.
What about the material and the shipping stuff? How's that going?
Yeah, so Greengate, PTEG recycled. I believe we're gonna stick to clear because that one is going to be the most identifiable, especially since we have over 27 countries involved and stuff like that. And then we need to start breaking back to all the extra amenities and making sure that we have all the electronics for them after the statue is finished being built. Talking about scanners, the one scanner what my co-founder has, it was about 7,000 USD. So, I mean, it goes down to like 0.40 microns or something. It's ridiculous. It's a beautiful scanner, but I mean, that would be money I didn't want to spend. Like, that is just unbelievable. But the amount of work that you get off of owning one of those scanners is just ridiculous. Like, he did jet skis, he's done stuff for Formula racing cars. There are so many different attributes that you can use that scanner for. Like me, if I own even just a desktop scanner, I have so many kids' toys that I would be breaking all my kids' toys apart and scanning every single individual piece of the toy and placing them up online for people to print, because I know as well as most other parents, but your kid breaks that favorite toy, instead of going out and spending, $30 to replace it, printing it for like, $3.
Yeah, but you want to be careful with that. That you'll break copyright and you will end up with shackles, man. Be very careful doing that. I
agree on some notion, but if I'm using
your own stuff,
not selling the pieces, I mean,
no, because they make money from it, and if you're giving it away to somebody else that you scanned it, you are walking into an illegal landmine.
Yeah, you are.
I deal with intellectual property and all this kind of stuff because I've dealt with legal since forever, right? Yeah. And I'm telling you, you are opening up Pandora's box. You do not want to go there.
Agreed.
Yeah.
3D print movies, no camera or video.
Yeah. If you're doing it for yourself, that's your business. Offering it up for other people, landmine.
The minute you try and distribute it, distribute it is when you're getting in trouble. You can scan anything you want to do whatever you want with it, and you can print it for personal use. The minute you
own it, you've already purchased this.
You're done.
Hey, Daniel, it's like Walt Disney. People going to Disneyland and they're the Haunted Mansion. They're taking pictures with things or printing them, putting them on Thingiverse, and then Disney gets all bent out of shape over it, even though it's perfectly legal to take your camera and take a picture of anything, unless you're in an unauthorized area where cameras aren't allowed. But yeah.
If you go there, get a retainer because you'll need one. That's all. I'll leave it at that because you'll need somebody on retainer if you do. The world of pain is coming your way. I wouldn't go there.
Well, the other thing is you can license a lot of it. They will license it out.
Yes, and you have to pay, and it's big money, but you could license, and if you license, then you could sell them. But you'd have to license first, and you have to pay the license fees up first to give you permission to do so. That is possible. It's like the NASA logo. The NASA logo.
Beautiful
NASA. It's public domain, and you can actually create it for yourself. But if you try and sell it, you have to ask permission, and you have to meet their guidelines on using their logo. Because if you change in any way, you've breached their agreement to make it public, to make it available, or if you sell it for money, you've breached the agreement. So the NASA shirts and stuff, they have to submit their designs to NASA to get it approved. And it may not cost them anything, but it has to be approved first. And if you sell without doing so, they will actually send you a cease and desist letter.
There you are. How you doing, newbie?
Hey, sorry, I had to get out my wheelchair.
All right.
So, but while I was eating, I saw that DB3D Dan had popped on and made a little comment. I didn't forget about it earlier, but I received a package today from Amazon, and then later on in the day, UPS showed up with a package. It was from Printed Solid. I'm like, I didn't order anything from Printed Solid.
No.
So we opened it up. Me and my aide opened it up, and it was from Loyal Moses.
Yep.
Oh wow.
We've been talking with Loyal. Offered to get you some when you were off stream a while back, a few weeks ago, and he lost your address, and we got it to him again. And Dan got it to him again because we were on our stream. One of my streams, he agreed to do that. So he said he was going to send you a gift pack of some Printed Solid material. So it arrived. That's good to know. You should ping him and let him know.
It was 4 rolls of filament, and I want to tell him it humbled me. I am used to doing things for other people and, helping people out and stuff like that and everything else. And it really humbled me today. I knew that you guys and Dan, and when I saw it, I was looking at it, and the billing statement said bill to Milan Wallace. Then it said shipping address Milan Wallace, and me and my aide are looking at it, and I'm like, what did I order? Then I saw loyalmoses@mac.com. I'm like, okay.
Are you on Twitter?
No, I'm not on Twitter.
Take photographs and send them to me because you have my contact information. Send them to me, and I'll post up on Twitter saying that you've received them and that if you want to give me a little message, and I'll post on my Twitter and I'll do an @Loyal,
and then I'll repost
it. I'm going to send him an email tomorrow. Okay. My aide is here to help me get things typed out. But it was 4 rolls of filament. It's let's see here.
Yeah, he said he was going to send you some.
There's one.
Here, hold that scene. Hold right there. Right, let me do a screen capture of this, and I'll send that on. I'll tweet it to him tonight, and then you can send him the thank you letter tomorrow.
Give him a thumbs up with the picture. Give him a thumbs up too there.
Yeah, do it again with the thumbs up, and let me do that again.
There you go.
I usually type in snip. I use Windows snip tool.
Yeah, I'm on a Mac, so it's just Command F4.
That's okay. You got it?
Thank you. And I'll send it to Loyal, let him know that you received it, and he should be getting it, so he knows it's happening.
Yeah, but he sent me that one, then the lime green one. Nice. Then there's this one, orange one.
Nice.
And then there's my phone's falling down. Sorry. And there's like a maroon one that he sent me.
Very nice of him.
Yes, very. I like I say, I'm used to helping other people out and stuff like that and everything else. And I mean, I got really strapped. Like when you did your last stream, Jerry, I told you I was at the vet with Brody.
Yeah.
And he ended up having a bowel obstruction. He threw up food twice, so I was getting worried about him. Then he went into the living room, and I heard this. And I'm like, what the heck? And he lost it.
I
He
smelled
lost it
that one.
all. Yeah, the back end just blew all over the rug in the living room.
Okay.
So I got to get my chair. I got to go out there.
We
and
need to go
he's sitting
back
there
and
looking
like
at me.
maybe start talking.
He's drooling. I mean, you ever seen the movie Cujo? He's drooling like Cujo. And all of a sudden, he just starts throwing up this white foam and lots and lots of blood.
Wow.
I mean, it was a lot of blood.
Is he all right?
So, and I had my aide had already left. I called her to come back. She came back. I used every towel in my house. I was pulling T-shirts out of my closet because there was so much blood and stuff on the freaking floor.
Wow.
We got him to the vet. They kept him for a day and a half. $1,200 later, but I don't care if it cost me $3,000. I would have paid it.
Yeah.
So, but then he came home and he's doing okay now. So, but he just had a one of those black conch toys that are not supposed to be chewed up, or not supposed to be. They're supposed to be tougher than anything.
A Kong?
Well, it's a black. It's a odd toy that they're supposed to be for power chewers. Well, it worked its way through it, and he had a big chunk of that in his stomach. So, but he's back being his same little self now. Actually, he's a little tired right now, so I kind of read him hard today out in the parking lot in the grass.
Oh,
so, but yeah,
sorry
guys, I don't mean to be laying down, but I had to get out my wheelchair.
Hey, I just posted a tweet over to Mylan and to Dan to let them know that it's arrived with a picture.
Oh, okay. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, he was up it was 2 weeks ago on my stream, and then last week again, Loyal and us were talking. He's actually lost the piece of paper he wrote the address on, so Dan resent it to him.
I wasn't expecting anything.
That was the whole point. That was his goal. His goal was not to. Are you leaving, Lama?
Yeah.
You leaving, Lama?
See you guys.
Take care, Tom.
All right, Lama. Have a good night.
Yeah,
hey, did you see on Joel's stream last Friday when he opened up his mail, that I spelled milk duds wrong? I typed in the letter.
Dudes.
I said milk dudes, not milk duds.
Yeah.
That was an honest mistake. I just spelled it wrong when I sent it to him.
Did you see he posted on Twitter? Joel did that he got a package that it said to the 3D painting nerd. I totally thought of you.
Well, I think I just seen it just a minute ago. I was looking for Liam's post and I seen that up there.
Hey Marcus, a couple days ago I was on the ZYLTECH show and I talked to Maria and I mentioned your name to her and mentioned about your 3D scan. She does volunteer work for now I have a brain fart again.
It's Enable. Is the name of the group.
Enable, yes. Thank
Okay,
you.
I reposted it
on
Twitter.
You seem to be pretty interested in your scanning device.
Yeah.
For the phone.
Enable is, if you don't know what it is, Enable is a. You ever see the 3D printed hands for those who do not have hands or missing fingers? That's Enable. They actually are the people who are got all of this going, and she's involved. She's heavily involved with them, and they were on the stream last week on Friday night on ZYLTECH.
Maria Wu.
What was her last name? Garcia or something? It's
Maria.
I can't remember. I'd have to check. But and they were talking about scanning and making a clone copy for the opposite hand, where you'd actually 3D print the hand and the fingers, and then you'd hollow out and then make a silicone mold to go over it. I got a TPU mold to go over it, which give you more of a grip than just doing the fingertips. So there was discussion about it.
Yeah, I think it would be accurate enough for prosthetic or prosthesis use.
You just hollow it out. What you do is you make it a shell. You make it maybe so many millimeters thick, and you do a TPU print or something like that, right? And then so it'd be like a glove to slide over the 3D printed hand to give it better grip.
Yeah, people were asking me about using it for prosthesis use on Clubhouse. I don't know if you guys know about Clubhouse. It's like an audio only hangout, but it's also only available for Apple right now. Which is kind of nice because when I was on there talking, people were asking me questions about it. They weren't all asking, "Hey, is there an Android version?"
Marcus, is there an Android version?
But what I told them is, it will probably work for that. Let me know. It's easy enough to try it. So
yeah. There's and like she was comparing prices, like a prosthesis hand would probably set you back about $6,000. You can 3D print it for about $10. I've made these before. I've actually did one. I did an Iron Man one for a kid. It actually looks like the Iron Man's glove.
Don't you do it? No.
I broke it. I
I've
can't
done
play
the
with
other
it no
ones.
more. I pulled it apart.
You
I
broke
pulled
it?
it apart, and I can't play with it no more.
Oh.
I'm sitting there spinning at my fingers.
So it's brawling in the back right now. So I'm gonna jump off here for a little bit. If you guys are still on in a little bit, I'll jump back on. But other than that, gentlemen,
We've been on for 2 minutes 55. 2:55. I'll be on for another hour. Thank you, Daniel.
See you.
not a problem.
Oh, somebody wants
Hey, Matt
some
Gorman?
attention.
I got a question for you about your lithophanes.
Yeah.
I've been printing them, and the problem I'm having, I wanted to print a lamp, but I have it's litho and what's like the 3D rocks, and when I go,
Litho 3D Rock is okay, but the other websites what are better, I think. They give you better
Lithomaker.
quality of Lithomaker.
Yeah, Lithomaker is better.
yeah, because when I set up for the lampshade, every time I try and scale it, it scales them both at the same time. It wouldn't let me scale it separately. So say if I only want the height to be 200 millimeters, but I want the width to be
I think there's a
250.
button in one of them what you can switch off and on.
You need to do it. You need to do it before you generate the file.
Yeah.
So you need to do it in the app or in the lithophane maker's website or whatever, and you need to do it there because you can't rescale it afterwards. It'll distort the image.
No, I understand that. No, I was using its litho.
Yeah, no, don't
And-
use that one. Use
Don't use
lithophane
that one?
maker is better.
Yeah.
Lithophane maker? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that was one of the questions I had
You
because
can
I know
actually do
that.
it. Yeah, there's
It's
a
always
scale
what he's
option in
doing
there.
a
You
lot
can
of.
unlock the scale, or you can type in the height and the width.
Take care, TK.
Quit being jealous. I'm talking to somebody else. Now settle down.
Yeah, whenever I
you're-
call my sister, her dog starts barking in the background. Every time I call her, the dog starts going nuts, wanting out.
And he's been worse since he got home from the hospital because he was without dad, and now now it's worse.
That's all he
And
wants to
he's
cuddle.
talking to
Get
someone
him
or
to lie
whatever
down
else.
and cuddle. He'll be fine.
Yeah.
That's all he wants. Look, that's all he wants. He's happy now.
Yeah.
If you ever had to get out of your house quickly, can you get in your chair quickly and get outside within a few minutes if you had to?
I'd make it happen. I have one of my windows, which is not blocked by my bed, where the screen is out of it, and I have a go bag that stays on the back of my chair all the time.
Okay.
Has extra ID, money, stuff like that, so I can grab that go bag off the back of my chair and I'll just crawl out the window, and whatever happens to the rest of it, as long as me and Brody are safe, that's all that matters to me.
Do you work out with your upper body to keep in shape?
No, the bottom half of this arm is paralyzed.
Okay.
I can bend it and stuff, but I still wish I could. I normally weigh about 205 to 215, and right now I'm down to 160.
Mhm.
So, and I started taking the CD1 weight gainer just because I don't want to stop. Stop. I think the music is drowning me out. It's
Your audio is dropping.
yeah, it's Fugitech went on live, and I got an alert on my dang phone. So sorry about that. But no, I have things set up to where I can get out the house quickly. And but as like I said, as for my weight, I normally weighed about 205 to 215. I was a big guy, but now I'm down to 160. But I started taking the about a month and a half ago, almost 2 months. I started taking the CB1 weight gainer because I'm not going to be just a shriveled up bag of bones. I told my ex, I said, you know what? I'm already bald. I just get nice and fat with the CB1 weight gainer. Put on a robe, and people come rub my belly and call me Buddha in the wheelchair. You know. So, but yeah, no, but now I wish I could go back to the gym. I mean, me going to the gym was like a drug. So, I was going twice a day, at least 3 hours each session, and that's Monday through Friday. Give your body Saturday and Sunday to rest.
Yeah.
So the muscles have time to heal. But yeah, no, now it's just I just sit here with you know who. So, but we have fun now. He keeps me entertained.
Anybody in chat have any questions? Please feel free to ask. If you'd like to drop in and show off what you've been printing or painting, or just like to come in and hang out and talk about 3D printing type stuff, you're welcome to. There's a link posted there in chat.
No.
So, Jay, I was going to share my screen and show you.
Sure.
No.
Oh, okay. It's right in front of me there.
So Nero had posted on Twitter, he's like, someone quick, model me up some hands. And so I scanned one of my hands and then like mirrored it because I couldn't hold the phone and scan both hands, right? And this is like, so I think that's probably good enough. And it's to scale when you bring it in.
And that's
pretty nice.
That's no like extra added addition. That's just your scanner.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn good.
Who designed it? I heard Nerese talking something about hands a week or so ago.
Yeah, so he didn't end up using my hands because someone made him something way better. But he was trying to do that diamond hands thing that like the same thing that Chelsea was doing.
Mylan.
Yep.
Chris Travis had a question. What was your rate in the Navy?
A petty officer, second class.
I finished as senior chief.
Senior chief?
Mm-hmm.
Who was a master chief?
No, petty officer, second class. I'd say the name that we call it, but there are a lot of posers out there that want to go out there and BS. So I'll just say it to the name that everybody else knows, and I was stationed at Coronado, but that's not what we call it. So,
Yeah, let me show you one of my little things.
Sure.
You got another one finished?
Yeah,
All right,
Matt.
I gotta take off. I'll catch y'all later.
Well, thank you very much, Matt. Take care, buddy.
All right, Matt. Have a good night.
Matt, I have to ask.
Matt
what
Farmer,
charity
what's the name of your
wanted
group
that
real quick? Tell people where we can find you at, Matt.
Huh?
Matt Farmer, tell everybody where we can find you real quick.
You can find me at 3D Printing for Noobs Facebook group. That's mostly what I'm on. Or at my YouTube, youtube.com/AkumaMods.
Awesome. Thank you very much, sir.
Take care, Matt.
Guys. Have a good night.
Matt German, go ahead.
Yep, that's one of my pictures here.
So you have to explain what charity wanted that image.
No, that's personal image.
I was assuming as much.
I
but
want
had to
that
ask the
image.
question.
You can
I
send
thought
that one
about
to me.
Oh, do you hear that? Mylan wants that.
All right.
When I
can send you the STL file if you want.
When I reach 2,500 subs, I'm having a big giveaway. I've got a lot of companies and people involved, including Matt German, on giveaways. I'm at 2223 right now. So I'm still, a couple hundred away. So the more people that subscribe to my channel, the more people that share my videos, the closer I'll get to 2,500. Once I get to 2,400, I'm going to do a video talking about all the people and companies involved. And during the live stream, the giveaway, I'll pull up their channels or streams, plug them heavily, and then we'll do a giveaway. We'll spin the wheel, put everybody's name in a Google Doc, and we'll give away some prizes, and we'll show a couple more companies and then do a giveaway. So the faster I get to 2,500, the better. I keep trying to make great content all the time and keep coming out with videos and live streams, but for some reason I'm barely growing. So it's obviously something I'm doing wrong, or I'm just too
No,
old. I don't know.
I don't
I'll
think
get there
so.
eventually. So
I don't think
anyway.
it's what you're doing. I don't think it's anything that anyone's doing wrong. I think there's a lot of people out there doing very niche areas, and it's the quantity of people out there.
Some of the other people in these niche areas that are so much huge are so much larger than I am, and I've been doing this as long as they have. But some people have it, some people don't, and I do my best. So
they're probably doing something unique and that's the attractor, right? They're doing something that other people don't do. That's what people.
See, Jerry, you have a lot of knowledge in different aspects of 3D printing, and it's not just if it's FDM or it's resin doing the printing, but you know all about the painting, you know all about the building them.
Well, most of the painting that I know is self-taught. I'm no expert in any particular field. I only know what I particularly do, so I always give my opinion on how I do things.
Okay, I understand that,
Jerry, you don't have enough dancing girls on.
Okay, yeah. Well, Jerry, if you got your painting, okay, why don't you make like a 5 or 6 part series on going from starting the print, finishing the print, prepping the print, painting the print, and then the final product, showing people how you do it, because not everybody does it the same.
Yeah.
And somebody might understand and might like the way you do it better. I mean, it's just an ideal.
Yeah.
I mean, you put on a lot. I watch all your videos.
Thank you.
So, I watch them all. Most of them I try and comment on, but yeah, I watch them all. So, I mean, I like the one I'm really wanting to go to. I'm not sure if it's from Xanax or Nico Industries with the Killmonger print you just did.
That was from Wicked 3D. Yeah.
From Wicked 3D. Okay. All right. So I'm just wondering if I can get that in FDM. So.
Yeah, you can print anything in FDM can be printed in resin or vice versa. You just have to scale it accordingly. Things with super high detail look better in resin than they do FDM.
Yep.
But you can do either or back and forth. Some models that are done in FDM may not look that good in resin, but usually everything can be printed either way.
What you
were talking about how you did the rub and buff with the popsicle stick. I'd like to see how you did that.
Well, when it comes to doing small components with FDM, it really pays to slow down your print.
Yeah.
So if you're doing like a main body, you can print it fairly fast. But as you get into fingers and so on, like the tips of those horns, that would require a lot of support, but it would also mean you have to slow your print down. And because if you don't, it won't come out as clean,
Yeah. But see, Jerry, when you were talking about how you did that rub and buff with the popsicle stick, I'd like to see you do a video to show how you did that, because I'd like to know how to do it.
No, I agree. That's a good idea. And instructions on how it's completed.
Yeah.
I'd like to see how you fill the holes with resin, too. You've talked about that, too. I'd love to see that.
Okay.
Using the UV.
Well, I've got 3 bottles of resin on the floor, a couple more coming in the mail. I'll be sure to cover it. I always talk about how to do it, but I've never showed doing it. But yeah, I just take a Q-tip, I dip it in the resin vat, or if I'm going to be, or a little bit in a little plastic cup, whatever, get a drop wet on the Q-tip. I drop it over the hole, and usually it'll cover it, and I hit it with a UV light for 3 or 4 or 5 seconds and cure it. And sometimes it hits a hole, it opens back up, and you still have a hole there. So put another drop on it and cure it. And if it countersinks and it's sunk when it's cured, put another drop over it and dome it. If it's not level, cure it, set it out in the sun, however you want to cure it. Hit it with a light first, and then just lightly sand it off. Whenever I sand anything, I use these little sanding discs, like for fingernails. Women use these a lot, and these are perfect to sand resin prints with and get in the nooks and crannies.
Emery
they also make what they call sticks on Amazon. They're little sticks, and they'll get in the little nooks and crannies, little tiny spots where these won't fit.
Do you know what are good as well?
Jerry, I got a question. You talked about when you showed the video of all the prints, like the Killmonger, you talked about to where you would put like in the seams and in the cracks. Yep, those
small parts. You get it in Harbor Freight, they're mini files, different shapes and sizes. And if you want to get into fine detail for filing stuff out, like Jerry was saying, These are great.
Yeah, I have those also. They're all different sizes. They're round, they're flat,
they're triangular
octagon.
shapes. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're fantastic.
But Jerry, I got a question for you. You talked about when you were showing off like the Killmonger prints and stuff like that, how when you have the seams and stuff, how you would just put some resin in there and then cure it to silk the seams. My question is this. I don't do resin, I only do FDM. So when I'm gluing parts together, can I pour some resin in there and use a cure light and cure it and fill those seams?
On FDM?
Yeah.
You can, but you're better off using super glue.
Well, yes and no. You can't. It's best to use super glue or something like glue, but it'll fill the upper seam. You can't get way down in there and cure that on the outside because you can't get your UV light down inside the model. So you'd want to glue it apart together, and just on the outside exposed layer that you can see, you put a drop of resin on it. It flows like water. It's slightly thicker than water.
Once it's all glued together,
yes, you can use it in addition
you have that
to
little
it.
seam between the two pieces. I was thinking about what you said, drip a little bit in there and hit it with the UV light.
Yes, you can do that. Like the wings on Angel. When I glued the wings on Angel, I went over top of it with resin and cured over top of that in addition to the super glue, because over time that super glue may let loose or it may become brittle, maybe. So I went ahead and put resin around the parts of it. You can use resin like that. If the area is too heavy, a UV flashlight isn't going to penetrate it real deep and cure it down deep, because I filled a hole in a model the other day and I didn't cure it well enough when I built up the hole. And when I was sanding it down, I sanded all the cured layers, and then I got like a hole, like a divot where it wasn't cured down deeper. So once I cured it with a UV light, I need to technically either put that outside, put it in my UV chamber, and let it bake it longer so it cures it deeper down in the depth of it.
Okay, I just didn't know if the resin would work with the normal FDM filament.
Yes, it'll work fine.
Yeah, it'll stick.
Okay.
Because a lot of people will have a model or a head like you've seen up Uncle Jesse and other people do. It'll be rough, and they'll hit it with a brush and they'll paint on resin onto it and then cure it. That way they're not building it up with Bondo or something like that and sanding it down. I use spot putty in a lot of things where it's red. I put on a plastic glove, take my finger, I rub it in. Once that dries, in a half hour, an hour, I can lightly sand it, primer over it. But resin would work better than the spot putty would. You just want to paint over it.
Because it dries almost instantly. It'll go hard almost instantly.
And like I say, in a sand that, you wouldn't want to use the metal files. It'll dig gouges in it. You need a finer file, like one of these sanding discs. You know, they're flexible. They bend to sand resin. If you have a big area to take down, those files work great. Or on FDM, they work great, where this would take a lot longer to sand down plastic. But on resin, you don't want to use a rough file because it'll gouge it and dig into it too deep, too fast. But, you know, it depends what you're working with, whether you use metal files or these flexible
and how much you take off as well. Yeah.
So do you have to have, is there a proximity feature of the UV light and relative to the curing on,
no.
I mean, does that light have to be, okay.
So you paint it on and you don't put it on thick. When you put on the layer of resin, you get close to the UV light and just hold it there for a few minutes and slowly follow the seam and it will cure. And then if there's still a bit of a divot, you put on a little drop more and repeat the process until you build it up. And be slightly higher is better. And then you fine it off with the emery boards like Jerry was showing.
I'll give you an example. Let me go get some stuff and I'll show you an example how fast it cures in a cup.
All right, guys, I'm going.
Thanks,
good night, Matt.
See you, man.
All right, Matt. Have a good night. Thanks for the knowledge on the lithophanes.
No problem. If you want the STL file, I'll send it over if you want. Just send me a friend request.
Okay, I will do that.
Ciao.
Ciao.
It's 1 a.m. for Matt, so he's in the UK.
Oh, he's in the UK. Okay.
Yeah, so it's 1 a.m. for him. But yeah, so you just build it up in layers, and because like stuff like Bondo takes time to harden and stuff, and this. But you super glue, stick it together, and then fill the seams with the resin.
Well, the reason why I was asking is because there's a print that a lot of people have done, and it's the alien, the xenomorph from the movie Aliens.
Mm-hmm.
And one guy did it to where it's about 2 or 3 feet long. Well, I got a space on one wall, and it needs to be about 4 feet long. Well, it's been cut up into like 20 different pieces. So
Oh, yeah.
once it's all glued together, I'm wondering what's going to be the easiest step for me to take that to fill in those seams and then sand them down.
Yeah.
Now, is sanding down resin easier or harder than sanding down FDM?
It's just as easy. It's easy. It's not hard to do.
Sanding down resin it instantly comes off that quick. You can scratch it; it sands off like white powdery dust in split second. FDM, you got to work at it for a while.
Okay.
And which I can show you that here in a minute. Can you see us? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a Yoda here. I've got a little bit of resin in this cup. It's kind of a mixture of clear and gray. I'm just going to put a drop over that hole. If you can see the hole.
And it's cured.
Okay, it has a divot in it. Put a little more on it. Need to put my glasses on. Where the hell they're at?
They're not in your head.
Yeah, it's got a divot in it. Let me feel it all the way. No, matter of fact, it didn't work.
Need a bit more?
Yeah, it's running in it faster than I can cure it.
Can you squirt it in and cure it at the same time? Well,
No, it'll harden in the pipette.
Yeah, it'll harden the nozzle that quick. Yeah, it built up a little bit. I got the hole is like 5 or 6 millimeters. It's a real big hole.
Leave Daddy's feet alone.
Because the resin gets really hot really fast. That's why if you have it on your skin and you cure it, it'll burn really bad and hurt.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, the chemical reaction, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be darned. Okay.
Okay, there it's built up, but it has a divot, so let me put another drop on it.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's...
The curing resin is exothermic.
You say it was ectothermic?
Exothermic means it gives off heat.
Exothermic?
Yeah, when it gives off heat, yeah.
Well, it's kind of hard to see, but it's built
No,
up
you can
right
see
there.
it clearly.
It's cured on it. It's still a little bit warm, but I need to cure that all the way through. Now I can take that and sand it right away. Let me show you how fast here. There's a little bit of resin in this cup. Hope you can see it. It's a little bit of resin.
Yeah.
Lay down. Nein, das ist nicht gut. Ja, verstehen. Lay down.
Yeah, the top layer is completely cured. I can see bubbles underneath of it because there's a lot in that corner. It's not cured all the way through. So technically, I need to come around at different angles. Where on a lot of models, you can't do it. But when you're resin printing, it's curing by layers. But see, that cup is it's red hot. When I go to touch outside of it, it's really hot to the touch.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's, like I say, that's rock solid. I can see one bubble in it where it's not cured underneath. So when I feel something like this, once I sand it down, which it sands down.
Stop.
Done.
Yeah, it's not completely level, but
it's close.
It sands down that easy.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, it's really quick. If this is FDM, I'd be here for a half hour messing with it.
That's why I like to use, if I want to smooth FDM, I paint it with resin and I just cure it.
And then these are disposable. I buy them off Amazon. They're not expensive. Then I just get disposed of that, throw it away. Take the little cup, throw it away. So, but yeah, it's easy to work with. And I didn't put on gloves. I never got down on my hands. I wasn't worried about it. But for most people working with any kind of resin, you always want to wear safety glasses and gloves. Safety first. But if you're experienced with it and you're careful, you know your own limitations.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I'm talking. I'm not talking to you.
But yeah, sometime on a video, I should show that. The way somebody don't have to watch the live stream and catch the 30 seconds. Say, it's like, wow, I didn't know that. But I'll do that in a video.
Yeah, that'd be a good video, actually, about how you finish chocolate prints.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
Did I miss somebody that popped in when I wasn't here? In private chat, I see a message, but where to come from? I don't see anybody wanting to pop in.
I don't see it.
Joe's Wheels and Parts.
I don't see. We don't see them in the green room. So.
Okay, I didn't notice anybody come in.
Yeah.
Can you guys see the green room?
No, we don't have access.
No, I can't.
Okay, yeah. You got to be logged in. I mean, maybe I didn't realize somebody came in.
Yeah, neither did I. But
So
it's not hard to do them. It's kind of cool. Tools from Harbor Freight. Yeah, you know, if cheap tools are great for stuff for a maker, because if anything goes wrong with them, if you fill them with resin and they go hard or whatever, they cost $12 for a set of files or $15 for a set of files, and you get a whole pile of them.
The file came from Podesment's Patreon. Podesment. Yeah, I believe he sells those on a couple other places. That might be, what's the name of that other one? Not Thingiverse, the other one that sells stuff.
Eggy?
Not Eggy.
Yetsy? Is it called?
No, not Etsy.
AliExpress?
No, there's a lot of free models there and a lot that they sell. It's not.
Oh, models.
STLs. Can't think of the name.
Things, Cults.
No, not Cults.
My Mini Factory.
My Mini Factory, yeah. I believe he sells on My Mini Factory, then he has his Patreon. That's Fotismint, Fotismint. Yeah, LG, I didn't see that you didn't even see that you popped in. But if you want to pop back in, I'll bring you in. Do I have a link? I did a video a while back and I had his link. Let me go back and look through my videos and I'll find one for you. Or actually just type in Fotismint Patreon. Do a Google search, it'll pop right up. Fotismint space Patreon.
So when are they going to announce the next bot to be printed?
Yeah, My Mini Factory also should have a lot of the stuff up there. Because most designers have Patreons and they sell in multiple places.
So Jerry,
what?
when are they going to make the decision on the next bot to be built?
The next what to be built?
Robot.
Oh, when we come back in 2 weeks, they're going to talk about it.
Okay.
yeah, I'd like to get in on that one.
I'm gonna probably look at it at slicing up the file tomorrow. I want to start getting going on it as much as I can to a full size.
On Tito or the one you're talking about, the other one?
The one I'm talking about. The one with the tracks.
Okay, the red one like Sam did. And,
yeah.
Okay, Mr. Bagley.
Yeah.
Bagley, Bedelli, depending on who you are. And I thought that 3D print and paint was going to stop in James, but he must have fell asleep because he's over in the UK and starting to get late over there now.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. over there.
Okay.
But I'm thinking I just might as well just do the full size one and be done with it. I'll use it, you know. It'll get used on all my.
Here we go. We got Joe popping in now. Hey Joe, how you doing?
Hey Joe.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, guys.
Pretty good. Yeah, you popped in a bit ago. I didn't even see you.
Let me turn this.
Hey Joe, that's a lot of resin printers back there.
Joe, do you have?
How you doing? Good right here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I think you need more resin printers.
You think so?
I think you need a few more. Yeah, you're looking a little bit short on number there.
Yeah. No, I got what is it? I got about 10 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 3 the Mono X, and then 3 Photon Monos, and then the Proxima. I got 2 of those. The Voxelab Proxima.
Are they good?
Oh yeah, they're really good, man. I like them. I'm surprised that they put out some nice quality, some nice detail.
Yeah, see, you put handles on most of them. That's nice.
Yeah. I was actually able to get it for free from on Amazon. You know, I purchased it and I got a message, and they give you a if you give us a 5-star review, we'll credit you back. Just give us your PayPal link. So I gave them a 5-star. Well, I tried it out and everything, and yeah, it was. I mean, to me, it was 5 stars. So they gave me back my money for it.
That's good. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're trying to breach into the U.S. market. There's a lot of companies out there trying to make headway in the U.S. market, and they're not really big companies. Excuse me, but they do make nice product in a lot of cases.
Chris
and
Travis,
they're trying to make their mark over here.
How you doing?
Market.
Good. How you doing?
Pretty good.
Where's Voxelab from? China, right?
They're Chinese, yeah.
Chinese?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Is
they're
it
island?
hazardous to landfills. Everything is
It works,
hazardous
you know,
to the
it
land.
does a pretty good job.
Yeah. Actually, it's hazardous to landfill in liquid form, but if you actually cure it first before you throw it out, like Jerry just did, it's actually just a plastic now. So it's not as dangerous. When in this liquid form, it's very, very, very bad in a landfill. But if you have stuff that you have left over, like in a curing station or a cleaning station, pour it out, let it evaporate off, leave the resin behind, and let it go hard on a piece of plastic, then or whatever, and then dump that or paper. Now, then it's actually way safer.
When I was a kid, a very long time ago, when we changed oil on our cars, we went out in the back alley and dumped it, and it soaked into the earth. Of course, you can't do that nowadays. It's not environmentally friendly. But yeah, I think everything hurts something.
So, Snap Food, where are you from? Yeah. You're on mute.
He's got his mute button on.
Chris Travis, you're muted.
Yeah, I had some issues with the audio. I'm in Wisconsin right now.
Cool.
Nice.
Awesome. Joe, where are you from?
Southern California.
Cool.
Yeah.
Do you do resin printing full time, Joe, or what do you do?
Yeah, that's what I do full time. I have my Instagram page. I think I'm like at 6,000 or 7,000 followers, and doing pretty well over there. Yeah. With go ahead.
What all do you make and sell?
Well, I do the 124 and 125 scale model car parts, like the wheels, and I've been doing the bodies now, like all the like model kits that weren't available or that are hard to get or that are super rare. I've been printing those, and yeah, I've been having a lot of business, and a lot of people like the stuff that I'm doing. So that's why you see all these printers now. And even with all these 10 printers that I have, I can't even keep up with all the orders. I actually got somebody helping me too, but yeah, that's what I do. I do the model cars and parts and stuff like that.
Do you design?
Do you have any mid-size or larger printers, or just the smaller ones?
I have the 3 Mono X's. You know the Mono X.
Yeah.
And then I have 7 of the well, I have 3 Monos, 3 Mono X's, and 2 Voxelab Proxima Monos, and then I have the 2 original Anycubics, like the first one, and then the Photon S. So yeah, that's what I have. But
do you use PTFE lube or Rain-X or anything on your FEP at all?
No, man. You know, I've been printing with my original Photon since I think I got it a couple months after it came out, and since then I've never had to do any tricks or any circus things to like get prints. The one thing is just always make sure your build plate is level. As long as you have it leveled, I rarely get failed prints. I'm probably like at 90% success rate, like of prints. You know, I never get. I rarely get. I mean, I do get them, but rarely, like super rare. I can get a brand new. Like I just got another Mono X. I set it up. I threw the resin in. I leveled it, and I haven't gotten a failed print. Knock on wood, but I haven't gotten a failed print. I mean that you just got to know what you're doing. I think another thing is, I think what people like, they'll have a successful print, like their first print, but it depends what machine they're using. Like they take the build plate off, and I see on the Facebook groups, they're holding the build plate, and as they're like prying at the model, they're like shifting the build plate, but they don't realize that. I learned that years ago with the original Photon, because it has that like ball and swivel setup.
Yeah.
So it was very easy until I saw somebody from like the UK or Australia selling it's like the leveling thing that makes it like the new printers where it's just steady, it doesn't move. So that's where I think where a lot of people make that mistake, and they don't realize it. Like even if you just barely tweak it, it's over. And I think that's, a lot of people don't see it, but I think that's like the number one reason why people are having failed prints, because of that.
Level before every print to make sure it's right.
Not in resin, you don't level before every print as long as you don't move anything. I mean, I have my Elegoo Mars. I printed on it since it was new over 2 years ago. I leveled it once, never had to do it again. It all depends.
Yeah, I never level. I don't print. I mean, I don't level every print. I just, like you said, I haven't, like on the original one, it's been years and I've never had to re-level it,
But if you don't get your screws real tight or your ball real tight, everybody wants tight balls. So when you're scraping, if you didn't tighten everything up when you leveled it, you could easily knock it out of level. So, I mean, I'm strong in my arm strength. So when I tighten up things, I tend to break things. So I got to be careful with 3D printing. I'm working on an automotive and on cars all my life. There's been so many times I've stripped and broke things because I torque them down too tight. So if you don't get something tight enough and you're messing with the build plate, very easily you can knock it out of whack. Then when you go to print and things won't adhere properly to the build surface. But the problem I had with my Elegoo Mars for a couple of years, I had like 2 failures in 2.5 years. And then I get the new bigger Sonic Mighty 4K, and it's like failure after failure after failure. It's like, what in the hell am I doing wrong? I've printed hundreds of models. But it just like one day it all of a sudden got better. I tried 5 different resins, and then it's like it broke itself in, and the problems went away.
The smaller resin printers, the FEP sheets are basically firmer, right? There's less flex. There's less flex. So I think you're going to have less problems overall with those. You're probably only going to need the Rain-X with the bigger printers.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I do? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You know what I do? What I did do was, like, every time I get a printer, every time a new printer, I always do, like on the Mono X's, I mean, you might think I'm crazy, but I take the FEP off, the brand new FEP, I take it off, and I'll put one of mine that I purchased. It doesn't matter what brand, but what I do is I do the that's another thing too, where I see a bunch of people doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I do the bottle cap, the Coca-Cola bottle cap spacer since day one. I've been doing that since like the original Photon, and I think it's just like for me. It's worked. I don't know about it, but for me it works. You
can't do that with the Frozen Mighty 4K. You can't use a bottle cap like in the video I just did. That bottom plate is only a single plate. It doesn't have 2 plates. So you have to put it in the vat in order to adhere it. So when I done the video, my vat is like an inch tall. The FEP goes directly on the vat. The plate goes on it. Then the screws go in. On the Elegoo Mars, there's 2 plates, and you flip them over, and you got all the screws, and you flip it over again. Then you put it on the vat. That way you can use a bottle cap. But on the Frozen, I can't do that.
Yeah, like on the Mono, like Anycubic, they have the 2-plate system and setup, and but that's what I've been doing, and I think that's like the perfect like adjustment or whatever. But I see everybody doing like downloading. I see everybody downloading apps and trying to use these like frequency sound things. I just look at that and I'm like, man, that's just crazy. I mean, hey, if that works for you, that works for you, But for me, I just look at that and that's all crazy. I just take a bottle cap and do it and put the new FEP on and that's it. And I get success all the time with my prints. Yeah.
Yeah, the FEP I just ordered, I didn't want to buy it from Frozen and have it shipped here plus shipping. Some people on the Facebook group recommended on Amazon a couple of different brands. So I searched around. I got 3 sheets for like $20. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was a good deal on the PEP, and it works out fine. And so far, it's been printing fine. I had a small nick in it and a lot of scratches. I wasn't leaking yet, but because it was scratched up so bad, eventually it's going to affect my print quality. So I went ahead and changed it out. And then it gave me an excuse to do another video. So whenever I buy anything or get it in the mail, I either take a picture and post it or go, wow, I can do a video. But, editing is, anybody that's put up a video, editing sucks,
Oh, I bet.
The more stuff you throw in it, the more you got to edit and the longer it takes. But that's why a lot of people live stream. You don't have to edit. You just run with it, and it is what it is, and you post it. So
that's me. I do some editing sometimes, but and I'm going to try and make time to do more review stuff because I have printers and I've done the live unboxing, but I might actually start reviewing them. I did a review of the longer LK1, and
I think most people on an unboxing and a build video would rather it's not a live stream if they rewatch it, because you spend so much time talking to chat, you're not actually doing anything unless you have a second person reading your chat and you constantly keep busy.
Well, I know I don't. What I do is, you've seen mine, right? My chat is actually in when I get the print started. That's where I spend most of my time with chat. I do check chat regularly, but I don't spend my time there. Like the first maybe an hour, which will take maybe between 30 minutes and an hour to build a printer anyway, depending on the printer. The first hour is doing the printer and checking chat for questions, but answering as I go. And after that, then when I start off the print or whatever I'm doing, then I go over and I'll concentrate and I to and fro with the people. That and like I get 80, 100 people or sometimes even more on my lives. So, and I'm a small little channel, right? But people do come in for that. For the interaction, and then I can answer all the questions about it of the printer and anything else that comes. But I try and concentrate on the build and glance over and answer bits and pieces as I go. But yeah, that's the way I try to do it. I agree with you that if you do spend your time divided between the two all the time, it's going to take you 3 hours to build a printer that should have taken 30, 40 minutes.
Yeah, the Prusa Mini kit that I have coming after 16 weeks, which I don't know why. If I want to save $50. So instead of it being 4 weeks, you got to wait up to 16 weeks, which I don't understand that. Other than Prusa forces you to, I guess, to pay $50 more, and you get the kit form and basically a couple of plugs and 3 bolts. So I ordered the kit form. Me and Fugatech 3D Printing Shane are both getting the kit form. So whenever I get it months from now, I don't know if I'll do a live stream or if I'll do a build. Or a regular video. I'll probably do a regular video on it. So.
You should. I think there's not enough. You should do a live, and the reason why I say that is people like to see anything that goes wrong and issues you run into during a live build, so they can watch for it when they're building it. And having that as a reference, they can like scroll through to a certain area, and they can see what's happening, but they can see what you did to get it working.
Yeah.
Especially like if it's a simple build, it's one thing, right? But if it's a build that's hard and there's a lot of nuances to it, as an example, the EQ maker, you have to wire the board yourself, right? It gave you the cables, everything was in the Z and the X axis, but you have to run the cables down into the base and actually plug everything into the main board. No, I don't know any other printer that does that anymore, right?
Awesome,
so you have to go through that process. But it's good to have it there because people can then use it as a reference as you assemble it. If you have a camera looking at the board saying this is the cable for A, this is the cable for B, and then you start it up and it does weird stuff. Okay, we have to go back and check to make sure this is right. So this is the stuff they look for. That helps people who've never done it before, especially newbies.
Hey Joe, can you show us some of the stuff that you make and sell?
What was that? I didn't hear you.
Can you show us some of the stuff that you sell and you make on your resin printers?
Yeah, let me grab a few things here. I'm in a chair as well. I don't know if you guys see me rolling around. There was another dude in the chair earlier, huh?
Yeah, Mylan.
Yeah, Neil. Yeah, 3D print newbie. He was IED in Iraq War.
So this is a 73 Buick Riviera that a customer asked for, and you know, it's a. I don't even think Ravel or anybody or NPC made this. So, you know, we're doing the interior for it, and
wow,
yeah, pretty much doing the whole kit for them, and that's what I do. Like I did this.
You guys
What's that?
design them also?
Oh yeah, yeah.
What do
And
you
then
use?
Nice.
Fusion, ZBrush.
Well, Fusion. You know Fusion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then SolidWorks. So here's 72. Let me see where 72 Impala.
Impala, yeah.
Yeah, where and this one was, we did the trunk, the hood, the door separate, you know, so that way you don't have to cut it out. I mean, in the model community for model cars, that's one thing we don't like doing is having to cut out the hood or the trunk if they don't come like that, you know. So yeah,
Very
that's that, and then let me grab some of the wheels that I do as well.
All right.
Money.
Very cool. So, Joe, are you using standard resin, or are you using some kind of a high-tech resin to make a stronger part?
So I'll answer your question right now. So that's one of the wheels there. You see the tire?
Yeah.
Oh shit. So that's the centerpiece that goes on it, and then here's like the little hoop with the tire on it.
Oh, nice.
But the tire, everybody thinks they're 3D printed, but the tire is I do, because I started with molding and casting, and I cast my rubber tires. I don't 3D print them. A lot of people do like the hard tires, 3D printed tires. But,
Yeah, TPU, yeah.
yeah.
So are you casting with latex or silicone?
I'm using some. Are you asking me the material for the tires?
Yeah.
I use it's called Simpac.
We'll have to turn on the hanging lamp 30%.
Simpac 68 from Smooth On. Have you heard of Smooth On?
Yeah. So most of their stuff is silicone. Is that a silicone?
Turn on the hanging lamp.
Well, no, the for the mold I use a platinum silicone, but for the actual rubber tire, the material is called Simpac. It's what all the like RC companies use to make their rubber tires.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what that's what I do. But you can see it there. That's a custom wheel. It's from a real wheel company out there, a big one that's very popular. So, anyways, that's what I do. And then I got into doing the bodies, and a lot of people have picked up on them. Like here's a Dodge Ram.
Very cool.
You see, here's the cab for the Dodge Ram.
Cool.
Yeah, you can see it.
Oh, that is cool as hell, man.
Yeah. So yeah, it's, and here's the bed. Let me show you the bed.
Nice job.
Yeah. So there's those are a few.
Any Corvettes?
Any what now?
You got any Corvettes?
No, I don't. Corvettes, like they made like Revell, all the model car companies, they made a lot of those. So what I'm making
yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I'm doing the rare stuff, like the stuff like model kits that are hard to get or that they never made.
Hey Dennis, how you doing?
Do you make any that fit on 126 slot cars?
Oh yeah, that's
chassis?
another thing. Yeah, that's another thing. I did for this guy in Chicago. His name's Peter. He's a painter. We did a 1977 Jeep Cherokee. You know the 1977 Jeep Cherokees?
Yeah.
We did one of those for him, and then a Dodge Magnum a wagon, and then he just wanted the body, so then they're using them to do the slot cars.
Yeah, snap on the chassis.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
Yeah. There's a
where
lot
can
of
people
customers.
find you at, Joe? Go to private chat, put down the link, and I'll post it. But Where can people find you?
I'm on Instagram at Joe's Wheels and Parts. Let me type it in the chat right here. But
Joe's Wheels and Parts, as it says on the screen. Okay.
Hey,
yeah,
Jerry, can you make me big?
If you eat a lot of cookies. Nice.
Oh yeah, that's nice right there.
That's soda cement, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, Jerry, I printed
That's Eastman's.
All right.
Black Widow.
Yeah. Very cool.
Thank you. Very nice. Go ahead, Joe.
Oh, so I seen your video where you printed like all the figurines, the latest ones for like Rambo and
Sanix, yes.
Yeah, those are pretty cool. I like that. Yeah, I checked. I was looking at his website. He's got some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, throughout the years, his work has got better and better and better, more highly detailed. And you know, when you download or join his Patreon or buy him individually, he has pre-supported files for resin, FDM, or however you want. Not pre-supported for FDM, but for resin, depending on what scale you want. He usually has 3 different scales: 6, 8th, and 10th, depending on what it is. But yeah, got a lot of cool stuff. So Dennis, what are you up to? What's been going on?
Oh, hanging out in Hangouts, it seems like all weekend.
So what do you do? What do you print?
Oh, I print a lot of stuff. Right now, I'm working on a Creality S5. I did a video on the unboxing on it earlier this week, and then I've completely tore it down, put a 32-bit board in it, ABL, and it's in the other room running its first test print with everything. Seems to be going pretty good.
Cool. Well, what type of parts do you do? Are you doing? Is it just like a hobby or what?
Oh yeah, it's just a hobby. I guess I've got 9 printers, if you call that a hobby. So
yeah, I'm the same. It's a hobby for me, but I have more printers than I can shake a stick at, right?
Everybody remembers their first printer. They're like, I'm only getting one, honey. Don't worry about it. Oh, this is taking too long. I need to buy a second one.
My first printer cost me nothing. It was free. It was a second-hand machine, and I traded for it. And now I'm here. So, yeah, it is addictive, right? And I went from
mine.
That's yours?
Yeah, that's my first printer.
I still have my first printer is still here. I don't use it very often because a lot of what I print is big stuff now. And like the robot I'm going to get ready to start printing, in the next week or so. That's going to be a big area, and I don't even have a bed big enough, so I have to slice it up to print. But that's one thing I should do. I should chase down some manufacturers who've got big printers, and I can advertise their printer as part of the build. So the like a lot of what I do is I do sciencey stuff. I these rockets. Sorry, this side. These rockets here, and I do stuff for the blind, and I do
Nice.
Mars rover.
Hold on, let me make you big.
I'm already big, Jerry. So I did the Mars rover, and I decided to pimp my ride. So I did silver wheels on one side and gold wheels on the other.
Nice.
Is that the one they just like launched into?
Yeah, that's the one that's
what is it
on
called?
Mars. That's Perseverance.
Perseverance, right?
Yeah. And
that's pretty cool.
The Falcon 9 is a print. That's PETG. These domes here behind me. Let me show you. These are tactile for the blind to explore the night sky, to learn the constellations.
Oh, nice. So they just feel it and they can get an idea.
Well, the big dots, the big raised dots are actually the stars. The lines here are the lines that join from star to star to build a constellation. Like let me find one that an easy one for you. Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
One. Everyone should know. So there, you do something on it. This is a constellation in the summer sky. They're like
Oh,
over here.
nice.
You have there's the Scorpius, and he coming down to his tail, and then joining them. This is an earlier model that I have dotted lines between them raised, but in the newer one that I've been doing, I'm actually doing raised tactile arrows to guide them from one to the next.
So how did you get started doing that for the blind?
Well, I'm a science nerd, and I do planetarium shows and astronomy for the public, and I do science presentations, and yes, I'm a big nerd, and doing planetarium shows, I've always known there was always a gap, and when the gap, I love doing the planetarium shows, like, telling people about astronomy in the night sky, and there was always a group of people that could never do it for, and that was those who were blind, because it's all visual. So I said, maybe I can fix that. So I started doing stuff that was flat, and everything I looked around, everyone else was doing stuff that's flat. I said, this is not working because it's not what represents. So I did a concave design, but concave will not stay in your lap because it rolls, it'll rock. So I decided, decided to do it the other way around. Do a convex, like the sky would appear to us, you know. And I did a convex, and it sits well in the lap, and it's large. Each of those are 30 centimeters wide. But what they do is they will actually get it. Like, this is their starting square. This we are to begin. And they'd actually rest it on a lap against their body, and then they'd explore around. And I'm with these. There is a story for the constellations, like you do in a planetarium show, to explain the story of the night sky, and explains each constellation. And my ex-boss, I haven't finished the stories yet, but I'm close. My ex-boss has volunteered to write the audio soundtrack to go with it because he's a musician. So it will be tactile. There'll be audio cue changes for music is going to change from each constellation. And then there's going to be two voices. One will be a voice that will tell you the instructions to move from object to object. The second one will tell you the story. So now they have variation in cues and everything throughout the whole thing. So we can actually do planetarium shows for the blind.
That's pretty cool, man. Pretty cool.
Then my next one that I'm going to do when I'm finished with these is different stars are made of different materials. So the light coming from varies. So I'm going to take the light spectra of light from the stars and turn it into audio sound. So in a tactile board, if someone touches it, it will actually tell you the name of the star, and it will play a sound that represents the various materials or the various elements in that star. So different stars will sound different. That's my next project once I'm finished with this one.
That's cool. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. It's a fun project.
Interesting. Jerry, I got to take off. Thanks for letting me hang out.
Thank you very much,
Marcus.
Bye, everyone.
I've got like 8 more minutes, and I'm going to be ending the stream anyway. But thank you very much, Marcus, for dropping in.
So,
hey, Liam.
Yes.
Have you ever been to the planetarium in St. Louis?
No.
Never
been to St. Louis.
Oh, it's very nice.
Marcel, thank you very much for the $1.99. I appreciate it.
So I'm a volunteer at a local college.
Help me buy more filament.
More resin.
I've got a bunch of resin coming, and I just need to get more filament stocked up on for droid projects.
Cool. And I'm also a volunteer with NASA to do outreach events for NASA.
Oh, cool. Beautiful. Nice.
Because of all this going on, you haven't been at NASA in a while, have you?
No. We've been doing online stuff though. Every week we do events, every single week, with the scientists involved in missions, through JPL because it's associated with Jet Propulsion Laboratory. So we do weekly, at least one a week, and I'm also associated with the Vatican Observatory as well. I do an outreach for them as well. So one is the same thing because it's all astronomy.
I've never tried XTC, but since I have resin printers, I know that resin will work, but I haven't tried it. Paint it on, cure it. Sand's really easy, but I've never tried the XTC. I've heard of people that have tried it. It's a messy process.
And it's
Doesn't
nasty.
work
Some of that.
Yeah. I would just put resin and cure it.
I have some of that stuff. It works, but I don't. It's a messy process.
And it's nasty stuff to deal with as well. It's highly toxic.
And if you're not into resin printing, you can still buy a bottle of resin and use it like we're talking about, where you lightly brush it on, wearing your gloves, eye protection, and then UV cure it.
It's faster to cure. Yeah, it's better with the resin to cure it than having to wait hours, like 6 hours, 12 hours for the XTC stuff to dry.
Yeah.
And then if you don't mix STC stuff properly, isn't it 2-part? You can screw your own model up and it'll be tacky and gooey.
Yeah, resin is the way to go for finishing a print. It's the easy way to do it for any type of material. Just as long as it's not TPU, you can paint it on and just.
Oh, he said he already got some. Good luck. I hope you nail it since you already bought it. But I've never tried it.
Yeah,
he's gonna run himself and he's gonna run and get himself a bottle of resin, 3D resin. After he tries that.
Yeah, Marcel, try on something you don't want to keep. Demonstrate, practice with it on something. That way you can figure out how to use it properly before you try it on a finished product.
And it's not liquid either. It's fairly thick, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so you have to lay it on. It goes on heavy. It doesn't go on easy.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy. Hey Jerry, so how do you like your Mighty? You can see I got 3 Mono X's. I was thinking about getting a Mighty, but when I seen you open it, that's why I don't know. Earlier in the chat, I was like, "Thanks for opening it up and showing it." Yeah, that was me. Yeah. But after I seen it, I said, "No, I don't." I'm not trying to talk down on the Mighty, but if you compare the Mono X and the Mighty, it's just night and day. It's like well built. The Mono X. I see the Mighty. It's pretty much all plastic.
Yeah, I haven't tried the Mono X, so I don't have an opinion. If I don't have the other printer, I can't base it. I have an LG Mars, which is small, and of course, every so often you got to replace the screens on it. Other than that, it prints fine. And then I jumped into the Mighty 4K, but I can't compare it against what you have since I've never tried what you have. I had a lot of failures to begin with, and it seems like after a week or two, it started printing better. I don't know why. It's like a new car, a new engine. You break it in, then it runs fine. I don't know. It just got better. But right out of the box, it was printing like shit. But then things got better.
If you do get another larger resin printer, get yourself a Mono X, and you will like it. I guarantee you will like it better than everything. Well, I don't know. You will like it.
Yeah. You have a Mighty 4K, right?
Oh, me? No, I don't have one. That's why when I seen you open it up,
we're both in the same boat. We like what we have, but we need to try the other to do a comparison. Yeah. I can't promote a product or say if it's good or bad unless I've actually tried it. So at some point, maybe I can review one. I can contact the company. Maybe they can send me one for review, and then I can do a comparison.
Yeah. There's this. I've been dealing with this. Somebody on eBay. That's where I get my printers from. Yeah, I bought some from Amazon, but I've had good experiences on eBay with one seller, and she's directly from Anycubic, and maybe you want to get in contact with her. She might want to send you a printer so you can review.
Okay.
Post me in private chat.
Are you on my Facebook group, 3D Printing and Painting?
No, I'll do that today, and I'll get on there. Yeah, I just found I had just found your channel not too long ago. So yeah.
Yeah, and I like shoot me a message and I'll contact her.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I think maybe if you talk to her, I think she's really nice, and I think maybe she can do that for you.
All right.
Yeah.
What's your biggest resin printer that you have?
Just the Mono X is the biggest one. That's what I have. Yeah. I don't have any. That's my compressor kicking off. I don't have any FDM printers at all. I've never owned an FDM printer. All resin.
Well, for your business, that's what you need is all resin. So you got to think about what's going to make you money.
Yeah. It 1 second.
He just shut off his compressor.
Yeah, I can barely hear it.
Yeah. Well, I think he's got a noise canceling mic, so it's helping. Yeah, I've dabbled in a bit of resin. I have two. I don't heavily use them, unlike Jerry, who's an avid resin user. But now that the weather's starting to warm up, I'll move them into somewhere that's way more ventilated, and I'll probably use them out there. Oh, here's a good question. Actually, both of you, Jerry and Joe, what is the lowest order resin you've used?
ZYLTECH has little to no odor. Most of the resins I use have little to no odor. The 4K resin had quite a bit more odor than the ZYLTECH. And who is it? Long time ago, I think it was Annie Cubic or somebody made resin that stunk really bad, but I've never tried it. That's just what I read. But all the stuff that I have, I don't open up the bottle and with it. But when you after you cure a model and you take off the top, that's when you usually smell it. And it's little to no odor.
Which one was that one again?
Little to no odor is everything I use.
On what resin are you using?
Currently, I'm using ZYLTECH. It has very low odor. You can't smell it in another room of the house or nothing like that. And usually, the only time you smell it when you walk in the room with it, you take the top off. But I keep a Winix air purifier in the room, which does help a little bit, and it's well ventilated.
What about you, Joe? What would you recommend as the lowest odor?
Well, I've tried a lot of them, but right now I'm using Monoprice. Have you heard of Monoprice? They're actually having a sale right now for the what is it, the 1,000 grams or the 1 kilogram, whatever it is.
Yeah.
They have them down to $21 right now for a bottle on eBay though. You got to go through eBay, and I've been using that for a while now, for a couple months, and it works really well, and it's very low odor as well. Yeah.
Yeah, they have a store on eBay, don't they?
What was that?
Monoprice have a store on eBay.
Yeah, they do. They're at they have them on sale right now for the liter. They're 1 liter bottles, right? Yeah, 1 liter bottles. This one right here. This one here. They're $21 right now, and it's I love it. It works really well. That's what I'm using, and $21, you can't beat that.
I've never heard of using nail polish remover to glue prints together.
Well, acetone, I understand, would dissolve them, so I could say that might work. Because acetone, most resins are kind of like ABS type, and acetone dissolves ABS.
Joe would have more of an odor problem than I would because he has so many printers that he probably has a lot of them going at once. So he's going to have more of an odor in that room from having so much open resin in that room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cracked my door open, and that's how. And I got a fan oscillating all day, you know.
Because when I had my Elegoo Mars by itself, not 5 feet away from where I'm sitting, was little to no odor. I could barely smell it ever. And then in that other room, I've got a bigger vat, more resin, and there's 2 side by side. Usually the Elegoo Mars just sits there now and collects dust because I've been printing so much on the larger printer. And the biggest I can print on the larger printers, like they showed, tilted, I can print him. That's about the biggest I can go.
What's the Z height on the Mighty? What is it, 200 or 245?
I'm not sure offhand. I'd have to look it up. Yeah, I'm not sure offhand.
Hey Jerry, I'm gonna hop off.
All right, yeah, I need to get going, guys. But thank you very much for the 199, Marcel. I appreciate it. Everybody here, thank you. Everybody watching, I really appreciate it. So take care, Dennis. Sorry we didn't get to talk much, but I've been
it's all right.
Been on for 4 hours now. So
what was your Facebook group? Sorry, Jerry. What was your Facebook?
3D printing and painting, 3D HP. Yeah, just 3D printing, painting, 3D HP. It's the same as on YouTube. This is I'm on Facebook. I'm on Twitter, Instagram, all that.
Oh, the link. Yeah, I've seen the link. I'll check you out there.
Yeah,
well, thank you very much. Guys. Take care, Dennis. 1 second, Liam. 1 second, David. Well, that's another live stream. It's been a little over 4 hours. We had a lot of great people on. And remember, I'm going to get a post out tonight or tomorrow. Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific, I'm having a 3D print general on. He is an amazing guy. He's written a book about 3D printing. It'll be a cool, fun stream. And hopefully you guys can all come back and watch it then. And then I've got about another 4 or 5 videos stacked up that I need to get done. I just got some resin in the mail today. So that's going to be 3 or 4 videos and with the different types of resin that I have. But please like, subscribe, share this video. I thank you very much, everybody, and happy printing.